BetMGM.
Good morning. Off and running on this Tuesday edition of the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable, filling in for Jenks. We hope you had a great holiday weekend, but we're back in the swing of things here today, and we've got plenty to talk about. Over the next hour and over, the next 3 hours of the show, we'll cover all the bases, starting with what happened in the NBA last night. The Thunder survive another scare from the Timberwolves, and now it's a 3-1 series. And then we go to the NFL, where Aaron Rodgers finally gives us some breadcrumbs, where maybe we can figure out where he's finally going in the NFL. And then later on, we get to the WNBA. Big injury news for Caitlin Clark. But Kate, it looks like you have changed locations. Are you somewhere else? Where are you this morning?
I have changed locations, Chelsea. I'm in Minnesota right now, visiting the fam for the holiday weekend, and I went to the game last night. So we are up bright and early and ready to rock and roll. Got a lot to talk about in that game last night. But at the parents' house, up in the little attic, away from everyone, so I don't wake anyone. But yeah, that's good. I know, I'm like Cinderella up here, right?
I would say that it stinks that you had to wake up for work this morning, and it still does. But at least that's like research. It's like homework for the show. So it should be easier to talk about, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was working all last night at the game. I'm going to comp my tickets, send in a invoice for the tickets last night and make work pay for them. That's not going to happen. But yeah, so it's not like I had to get up extra early to figure out what happened in the game last night, because we just were able to watch it firsthand. So it does make it a little bit easier. Not too bad.
Yeah. So I did see that you did some other fun things over the weekend. Looks like you were out on the lake. Kate, you always have like the best, like, I don't want to call them like hobbies, but like the things that you do on the weekends. It feels like if there's like a cool spot in town, like you're always there. It's like, oh yeah, we went to Paris and we went first class and we're on this boat in front of the Eiffel Tower. And then it's like, I know your mother-in-law is like a Michelin-starred chef or something like that, so you guys always have the fanciest foods. I want to call you like Bougie Kate.
Okay, so the Paris trip, that's a one-time deal. That was a special thing. But yeah, my mother-in-law is she went to chef school. She's not a chef. She just got bored after she retired and decided to go to
culinary
chef
school.
And sommelier school.
That's
culinary school.
Okay.
Yes. And sommelier school. So yeah, we get some good food, we get some good wine, and then when I come back to Minnesota, it's the land of 10,000 lakes, Chelsea. There's water everywhere. So the nieces and nephews were all over on, what was it? What's today? Tuesday? They were all
Today
over on
is
Sunday.
Tuesday. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and they were clamoring to go out on the water. So we took them out on the boat for a little while and then just grilled, had some burgers and simple stuff, but very fun stuff. So it's been a good weekend. But yeah, I like to, well, it's funny you say that, because that's the highlight reel of Instagram, right? Or social media, because most of my weekends or most of my, weekday, I'm like sitting at home doing hardly anything. But the Instagrammable moments pop up, and then my life looks a little bit more exciting than it probably really is.
I will say you do a good job of still fitting things in, even on days that you work. Because I've noticed that, you do like the Sunday show or something, but I see you're like out by the river with like a nice lunch or something. So I think that, you deserve credit for that as well, because it's not easy to fit in things when you're still working. But Bougie Kate finds a way. I will say for me, we had really bad weather here. Maybe not bad, but it was just cold, like unseasonably cold, to the fact where you're like, is this February? It was like 65 degrees yesterday. So normally during like Memorial Day weekend, you go swim, the pools are open for the first time, but it was just really cold. So we stayed home. We did grill out some things. I feel like that's the one thing that you have to do on holiday weekends. You have to have something grilled. So I did have a burger and a hot dog.
Ooh, burger and a hot dog. Because that's the question. That's the issue, is like, which one do you go with on a holiday weekend? Because it feels like always like hot dogs is the holiday thing, Memorial Day, 4th of July, but like a burger's not bad every once in a while. So good for you, getting all sorts of protein in over the holiday weekend.
Well, I love grilling out during the summer. I think it's because we had a condo for so long downtown that like we couldn't have a grill. So now that we have a house, we take full advantage of having a grill on the side of our house. All right, Kate, since you went to the game last night, let's get to the big one in the NBA and the Western Conference Finals. So the Thunder narrowly eke out this win last night, and now they take a 3-1 series lead. So the over hits in this one at 218.5, but the Wolves do cover if you had them plus 3.5. And it was a big night for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. 40 points in this one, 9 rebounds, and 10 assists, including 21 in the first half.
This is a huge 2 minutes for both teams. And Gilgeous-Alexander gets to the rim. Just a slight hesitation, the burst of speed. He's got 21 points in the first half.
Yeah, and it was a tale of two halves for these teams, because you hear SGA having a huge first half. Wasn't the case for the Stars of Minnesota. It was a very quiet first half for Anthony Edwards. And even though he attempted to get to the rim, Kay, I feel like the overwhelming takeaway for me is the defense of Oklahoma City. And I know a lot of people are going to say, hey, you need more than 2 points, in the first half, or, however many shot attempts he had. But the way that they covered him with a box and one, and it just felt like Lou Dort was all over him. And then it was Alex Caruso. Every time he drove to the basket, there were 4 bodies all over him. So I think that some of it is, yes, he needs to take more shots, but man, was the Thunder defense incredible last night.
I mean, that's what the Thunder have kind of hung their hat on all season long is that defense. And the perimeter defense is so, like, you can't penetrate the lane all that much. And, so Anthony Edwards, it was really disappointing to watch really the whole game. After the game, he said, he was taking what the game was giving him at the time, and it wasn't a ton of really great looks, and he didn't want to force stuff. But you saw what happened in game 3 when Ant jumps off to like a great start early on and gets his, he had 15 points in the first quarter of game 3. And like, that's the tone setting for the Timberwolves. So when Ant has 1 shot in the first quarter, 2 shots in the entire half, that's a big problem right there. He talked about also after game 2, when he only had 13 shots, that I need to shoot more. I need to get my volume up. What did he do in game 3? He had more volume, 20 plus shots. What happened in game 3? Well, the Timberwolves won by like 40. So it's I don't think this loss is necessarily on Anthony Edwards. But as the star player, like, he needed to get himself more involved or try and create a little more for himself than he was doing early on. He started to do that a little bit in the fourth, like driving to the basket, trying to get to the rim. But like, at that point, it's hard to get yourself going when you've played 3 quarters and haven't really got into rhythm. It just kind of felt like he wasn't in rhythm all game. And again, didn't necessarily have to be, because Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Dante DiVincenzo were so good in that game. But you need your star to show up. And especially when Julius Randle also is not exactly showing up in the box score in terms of scoring and their output in that sense. So I expected more from Anthony Edwards, and as the star of the team, as one of the up-and-coming face, like, he needed to have a better game. The fact that the Timberwolves still only lost by 2, like, if he had even played a little bit better or was more productive in terms of scoring, the Wolves win that game, and the series is tied 2-2 going back to OKC. Instead, it's essentially over now.
I'm not sure. Well, it does feel kind of. This felt like the game for the Timberwolves, and the fact that they only lost by 2 points and Anthony Edwards did not have a good night, like, it says something about their role players. And I'll give you this little nugget that I saw. The Wolves are the first bench unit in the NBA to score 60 bench points in consecutive playoff games since 1970. So when you say that this bench was really good for the T-Wolves, you were not exaggerating there, because I will say, coming out of the half, Anthony Edwards did a good job of opening up other guys for great shots. Because listen, anytime he penetrates the line, somebody's going to be wide open, because all of the Thunder players were all over Anthony Edwards. So he did a good job of setting up guys like Mike Conley. Dante DiVincenzo was red hot from the 3-point line as well. But here's the main thing for me. When it comes to the Timberwolves, it feels like every single piece of the pie has to fit extremely perfectly in order to beat the Thunder, because it just feels effortless. Did it feel that way to you? Like, every time the Timberwolves had a rally, it just felt like the Thunder had an answer.
Yeah, the whole game, even when the Wolves had a answer, it always felt like the Thunder were still going to win that game in the end. Like, I did not have confidence late in the fourth quarter in a close game that the Wolves were going to like overcome the Thunder and win that game. It just always felt like it was going to be a Thunder win because of how poised they are when Minnesota makes runs. Like, there's no panic at all. Someone answers. Jalen Williams had his playoff career high yesterday. What was it, 34 points? Like, you can't let both Shea and Jalen Williams go for almost 40. And I mean, Shea had the quietest 40-point, nearly a triple-double too, 1 rebound shy of a 40-point triple-double. They felt like the more poised team. And it showed because Minnesota, like, if Minnesota doesn't turn the ball over 23 times and gave up 19 offensive rebounds, like, those are the two stats right there that jump off the page. And it's like, don't turn the ball over 23 times and you win that basketball game. Even if you turn the ball over 15, 16 times, you probably win that basketball game. But 20 plus turnovers, you're never going to win any game with 20 plus turnovers and 19 offensive rebounds allowed. So it did always just kind of feel like it was the Thunder's game to lose, but that wasn't ever going to happen because there was an answer every single time the Wolves made some sort of rally. And it was the answer from the superstars, from Shea, from Chet, from Jalen Williams, whereas you were banking on Nickeil Alexander-Walker or Dante DiVincenzo being the ones to come up big in the clutch for Minnesota. And it's just that doesn't often happen where one of your bench players is going to will you to a win against the league MVP late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it just feels like the Thunder are too good because it's just every single facet of their team is so good. And a lot of those turnovers are because the defense is just so good. And this is how they built their team with Lou Dort, who, what is the nickname? The Dorture Chamber, where he puts, guys under absolute lockdown mode. Because the thing is, like, if you can make Nikola Jokic have bad games, you are doing something right on the defensive end. So I know Anthony Edwards is extremely electric, but we've seen the Thunder do this before. And when you talk about having faith in the Thunder in the final minute of the game, we have seen them be extremely good at closing out games. And a playoffs where it feels like we've seen a ton of really big comebacks. Doesn't it feel like that's been the case? Like, maybe it's more so in the Eastern Conference, but it just feels like most of these games are quote unquote never over. Doesn't feel like the case when the Thunder are playing basketball. And I understand that the Thunder let the Nuggets take them to 7 games, but again, they had Nikola Jokic, who was a pretty good player. Let me ask you about this, because I feel like this is a big narrative when it comes to the Thunder. Free throw merchant. Do you believe when people say this about SGA? Because I think people use it obviously as a knock, as somebody who gets to the free throw line every single game. But listen, this is what the superstars do. And I feel like if the referees are going to give you the calls, why would you not do this?
Yeah, you can't blame Shea for taking advantage of certain aspects of the game that he's being allowed to take advantage of. The crowd booed Shea every single time he touched the ball. I don't know if that was heard over the broadcast, but every time he touched the ball, the entire crowd at the Target Center was booing him because of the free throw stuff. And they were chanting free throw merchant at him in game 3. So yeah, he does. And there were moments yesterday in that game, just watching it firsthand, being there, that you saw Shea over exaggerate some ticky-tack touches. They weren't big fouls, but you did see him kind of over exaggerate some reactions to those, or whether you want to call it flopping. They weren't massive flops, but he's definitely trying to get the refs to make calls in favor of him. But again, that's what good players do. They find other ways to I guess, impact the game. Score. He was impacting the game in nearly every single facet, but that's just another one. And why would you not take advantage of that? So his free throw numbers have come down a little bit from that first game. I think the refs have adjusted a little bit because, that game 1 in this series, he got to the line, it felt like every other second. But I don't blame the guy. If that's an aspect to your game that you're able to do, why would you stop?
Yeah, Jalen Brunson does it. Same thing. Yeah. And I understand.
It's
if you're the star of the game, if you're the star of the team, if you're the face of the franchise, you need to find a way to score points. And if this is one of those ways, I get it. If you're Anthony Edwards, do the same thing. Get to the free throw line and maybe get some easy looks when you don't have 4 defenders draped all over you, because it did feel like that all night long. Again, now the Thunder lead this series 3-1. We'll see how the rest of this series unfolds. Coming up next, we switch gears to football news, including Jackson Dart and maybe a little tease on where Aaron Rodgers may finally end up. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, rise and shine, people. We have so much to talk about on today's Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable in for Jenks today. And in this segment, we'll give our little dose of football news. We understand it's May 27th, and it's certainly not the regular season yet. But of course, we keep you filled in on everything that's going on. So one of the headlines that we came across was Jackson Dart and apparently how he's going to have a new number for the New York Giants. So here's the thing. We understand that guys certainly love their numbers, and maybe it's a little part of their identity. But Kate, let me ask you this. I'm pretty sure you played sports, at least in high school. Were you somebody who was really attached to your number? Or were you somebody that's just, hey, I like this number, but it's not going to break my heart if I don't get it?
I was kind of trying to think back to that. I was a little attached to my number. I was number 12 all through high school. There was no really rhyme or reason that I got that number. I think I was just handed that number my freshman year, but then it just kind of stuck with me, and that became my number. So it's not like I went into high school like wanting a certain number and it was taken and I had to adjust or anything like that. It was just like, here's the number you're gonna get. I mean, I was a freshman on the varsity team, and I was the last one to get my pick of the litter. So, but then after that, it was like I just stuck with it because that kind of became my identity, or whatever you want to call
Your
it.
favorite
So
number.
Yeah. And that kind of like was my thing then. And so I understand guys wanting certain numbers, but the whole like having to pay for them and everything. And again, like these athletes have a lot more money than I did as a freshman in high school to buy a jersey number. That was not a thing you do in high school. But I feel like we see more and more of that every year, is like guys wanting to buy their numbers that they wore in college versus starting over fresh with something new. And I like that Jackson Dart said that the asking price for the number 2, which is what he wore in college, is a little too much for him. So he's going to have to figure something else out. Were you like a number person? I guess it's swimming, you don't really have a number. So that's not
No,
really
but
I
played
thing
softball.
for your sport.
I played softball through high
so
school.
Were you a number person there?
Well, the thing is, when you go to public high schools and you don't have great uniforms, more of it is about what size it is. So there were certain numbers that were smalls. So it's like, Chelsea, if you want your number 9, you can be a size extra large. And you're like, no, thank you. I don't love it that much. So I switched my number to 14. I didn't love 14, but it was one of the only smalls. So your girl rocks 14. So again, I'm not like a huge number person. I do have my favorite numbers, but I wouldn't be somebody who was going to pay like some of my rookie signing bonus to somebody.
No.
And I think that's a really smart move because of all the like dumb things you can spend your money on. And we see this all the time because that money and that signing bonus, it goes quick. When you have an agent, when you have taxes, when you have, deals that you need to pay 17 other people, you have to pay your realtor and your marketing guy. And it just feels like that money dries up quick. So I feel like this is a very smart thing that Jackson Dart said, hey, I love number 2, but I'm not going to pay extra for it.
Yeah. And he gets to now the start of his time in the NFL. He's been wearing 6 during off-season workouts, so he thinks he's just gonna. I like that he said, "I'll come to a decision here soon. I kind of just have to look at the picture to see if I like myself in number 6." So like he's got to make sure the aesthetics are there with the 6, how it looks in photos, how it looks on camera before he decides if that's it. But like, how much different is a number 5 going to look versus number 6? Like, is there really that much of a difference? And I know athletes will tell you, like, yes, there is. Anyone listening is probably like, yeah, it's a massive difference if you have a 00 in basketball versus a 5 or something. Like, some people don't like the 0 type of thing. So I know everyone's so particular about that, but I think Jackson Dart can rock 6, and that can be his identity in the NFL going forward.
Yeah, it's still a single digit because I understand when people make the case of like, Jake and I have talked about this because Jake played baseball, and obviously when you're not one of like the main roster guys, you don't really get to pick either. But he like tells me about like the fat guy numbers where he thinks it's like, like 55, like numbers that take up a lot of space on the back of your uniform. So I get what Jackson Dart is saying, that visually sometimes it looks a little different, but I feel like the jump from 2 to 6 is not a huge one. Like these are still quarterback numbers. They're still single digits.
Yeah.
It feels like not that big of a jump.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And that is a good point. Like the single digits versus the high double digits. Those are kind of the fat guy numbers. That was what it was for my high school. It was like the smalls started at 0, and the tallest girl on our team, who wasn't like fat at all, she was just like a big center. She was like 6'4". She wore 42 because those were the largest. Like the higher up on the numbers you went, the bigger the sizes were. So I know that's not exactly how it is in the NFL. They can kind of make any jerseys fit anyone. But single digits for quarterbacks, I think, are ideal.
Yeah. I feel like, again, it's not that huge of a story, but I do think it says something about Jackson Dart. And, you know, the fact that he's not going to go to war over a number, it feels like a good quality to have. All right. So the headline that's been haunting us, it feels like for 6 months now, is, where is Aaron Rodgers going to play football? Or is he going to play football? So in true Aaron Rodgers fashion, he has not come out and said it clearly, but maybe he's giving us some little hints. So apparently he went on maybe it wasn't a podcast. He had a Q&A hosted by Mike Stud. Who is Mike Stud, you might ask? Well, he's somebody who started off in rap, and now apparently he's a country singer. And I'll offer this little nugget as well. He went to Duke, and he played baseball there the same time that Marcus Stroman did. I know this because Jake was playing baseball at NC State, and we would face them. So I remember this, and I remember seeing him like have hit songs like, oh, I remember him playing at Duke. But anyways, so Aaron Rodgers had a Q&A hosted by this guy, and let's hear his answer when Aaron Rodgers is asked if he would ever play for the Bears.
No, but I believe there's a team that might play in Chicago this year. On a road trip. I don't know. I'm not sure. Gotta check it out.
Are you speaking in code?
I love Chicago, though. Way more than they love me. It's been a great relationship, all one way.
How many times can Aaron Rodgers do this and have these kind of sarcastic answers before we like start rolling our eyes? And I think the answer was like 3 years ago. Like, just go on and say it. Like, if there's a team in your mind, just say, hey, yeah, I'm probably going to play for the Steelers. Why do we have to do this whole song and dance?
Yeah, I'm glad you said the point of rolling the eyes was 3 years ago, because it really was. Like, I am so done with Aaron Rodgers. It's obnoxious. Just tell us who you're going to play for if you're going to play. Clearly, you've made a decision. The Steelers play in Chicago on November 23rd. They play the Bears. We will likely be seeing Aaron Rodgers in a Pittsburgh uniform in Soldier Field on November 23rd. Like, just come out and say it, Aaron. Does he still just need that much more attention that he has to do this song and dance over and over and over again? Like, at some point, aren't you getting like tired of it? Doesn't it add any more like stress into your life of just the constant questions of where are you going to play? Are you going to be playing? What's the deal? Like, just come out and let us know. Honestly, the season is not that far away. If Aaron Rodgers wants to get acclimated with a new team, the start is probably like now. OTA's starting. Like, maybe it would be a good idea to learn your new playbook, and maybe behind the scenes all that is actually happening and going down. But it's just like, let's stop giving Aaron Rodgers a platform. I'm so sick of that guy.
Yeah, and look at us giving him a platform. So we understand we're part of the problem. But it just feels to me like just find one side of the equation. Like, if you're going to say, hey, I'm going to play for the Steelers, say, hey, I'm going to play for the Steelers. This is almost as annoying as when people like announce their departure from social media. Like, just leave. We don't care that much. I think I'm going to be taking a hiatus from Facebook for 3 weeks to find myself. Okay, go. It's not a big deal. Like, you're not a celebrity. Nobody needs updates of when you go to the nail salon and you get a new color. It feels like that.
Yeah. I mean, that Aaron Rodgers is just such a diva in that sense that like he needs all that added attention. And the question about like the Bears, of him being a one-way relationship and loves Chicago. Chicago hates him. Like, we get it. No one in Chicago likes him. I mean, seriously, like, yeah, you've owned Chicago for years. You've owned the Bears for years with the Packers. But like, let's just stop. I don't know. The guy's just obnoxious. And I'm ready for his career to be over, not like injury wise or anything. I don't want that for him, but I'm just ready for Aaron Rodgers to move on and like see who the next clown of the NFL is. That is the weirdo that goes into the darkness and does all sorts of voodoo-y stuff and like is all part of like, let's give someone else a turn at being the clown of the league, so to speak.
Oh, it made me think of Jameis Winston. And at least that's Jameis Winston, and he feels very transparent. Because I think that's the annoying part of Aaron Rodgers. It's just Aaron Rodgers, it just feels like he says one thing and then he goes the other way. He's like, oh, I don't want attention. I just want to be left alone. The paparazzi got me in my Chevy Malibu in Pittsburgh, but yet I'm going on the Pat McAfee show. Like, I don't appreciate people who do not lean into what they are trying to do. It's similar to, I feel like, Kate, maybe this is the relatable one for us, is like the girls that post thirst traps, but like they say they're not thirst traps. Like, it's like they try to like code it. They're like, oh, well, here's me and my friend. Happy birthday, girl. And like the girl has her like eyes closed, but like the other girl looks really good. So like we know what you're doing, even though you're not saying it. Same with Aaron Rodgers. We know what you're doing. Maybe just lean into it. As opposed to like doing this whole thing where it's like, oh, I don't love attention. Just say, hey, maybe I like attention. It's fine. There are a lot of people that love attention.
Yeah, I have a friend that loves attention, and she'll tell you that, and she posts thirst traps all the time, and she loves them, and she owns
That's
it.
Fine.
Like, just own
Lean
it
into it.
Right. No one can, like, we take the thirst traps pictures for her because we know that that's her deal. Like, we're like the proud mom that's like, okay, sweetie, you look like a, whatever. But, so Aaron Rodgers just needs to, that's the part of it is like, he says he doesn't want the attention. He doesn't want the drama. He's not a part of that at all. But like, that's all that follows Aaron Rodgers around is attention and drama and all of that. So it's just like, it's just annoying. But again, here we are talking about him, giving him that, like, he's living rent free in all of our heads, basically.
Well, I mean, it is the off season as well. Like, here's what I'm hoping, because the juice always has to be worth the squeeze. And if Aaron Rodgers doesn't put up good numbers, like if he plays somewhere this season, he can't get away with this stuff. Because the reason why we give him this platform is because he's a former MVP of the league. And when he is at his best, he's an absolute superstar. But listen, if he's going to be some middling quarterback who looks really old, he's not going to have the platform that he once had, because we don't do this for middling guys who are middle of the pack and mediocre.
Well, that's what Aaron Rodgers is right now. Like, he was a former MVP. He was great.
Yeah.
He has not been great. I mean, he hasn't played much football over the last 2 seasons, granted, like, injury, but like, he wasn't great last year. He was fine. He was good. But you're not a top tier quarterback anymore. Like, you are a former MVP. You're not going to be in the MVP conversation again this year. And I feel like if you're not in the upper echelon of quarterbacks in the league, then quit drawing so much attention to yourself.
Well, here's an even more depressing headline. So apparently, if the Steelers don't get Aaron Rodgers, they are thinking about going with Kirk Cousins. So here's the rumor, on the street that, the Steelers, it would be a very expensive option, but here's their plan B. They would go after Kirk Cousins and try to sign him as a veteran presence for this team. Because as we know, right now the Steelers don't have a ton of options, looking like it's going to be Mason Rudolph. And for a team that always wants to make a run in the postseason, because we know that about the Steelers, even when they're at their worst, they're still winning 8-9 ball games, and it feels like they're always in the postseason. So, Kate, if you're a Steelers fan, who would you rather have, Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins?
I would rather have Kirk Cousins. I think Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers right now. Like, Kirk Cousins had a bad season last year, but he was injured. A lot of it came off the Achilles injury. And so a little slow to start the season. And then he had that hand injury or shoulder. I forget, it was hand or shoulder, arm, some upper body injury that he didn't really tell anyone about. So like, we all thought Kirk Cousins just sucked for the latter half of the season, and he did he did stink. Like, he was bad. But I think some of that had to do with injury. Like, I don't think Kirk Cousins is totally washed. We're like 2 seasons away from or out from him leading the NFL in touchdown passes for the majority of the year. So I think Kirk Cousins, plus, again, you don't have all the drama following you in the locker room that Aaron Rodgers brings to teams. So if I were a Steelers fan, I would prefer Kirk Cousins over Aaron Rodgers.
But it's going to come with a price tag, and not a price tag you would see at Kohl's, because it sounds like Kirk Cousins or the Steelers would have to take on $20 million a year for Kirk Cousins. So I think maybe that could be a determining factor. All right, coming up next, time to get to some pettiness in the WNBA and some other headlines when it comes to hoops. Next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right. We're up. We're at 'em. Let's talk some hoops in this segment. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable and for Jenks today. And I'm still not over the series that we're not getting between the Thunder and the Timberwolves. So last night, the Thunder now have a 3-1 series lead over Minnesota after winning by just 2 points. But still, a win is a win is a win. So Kate, we were just having this discussion about it feels like everybody just is chomping at the bit for Anthony Edwards to be the next face of the league. And I understand. You see some of the highlight reel plays and you see the way that he talks smack after the game, and he just has this electric personality to him. But listen, if SGA is still in the league, and it feels like he's going to be for quite some time, the guy is only 26 years old, I think it's going to be a while before Anthony Edwards takes that crown from him, because we were having this exact discussion last year. And what do you know? Anthony Edwards does kind of the same thing that he's doing this year, where he has, some inconsistent games, where he has great games, but also he can be shut down, and sometimes he just is not aggressive enough. So how do you feel about Anthony Edwards? Because I know you're a Timberwolves fan. You were at the game last night. Do you think he's ever going to ascend to one of the faces of the league? Do you think he's already there? What do you think?
I think he's getting there, and I think he will be the face of the league. Give him another year or two. I mean, he has brought his team to back-to-back Western Conference finals. Now, it looks like he's not going to get over the hump and get to the actual finals. But when you get your team there, like, you put everyone kind of on notice. And granted, Shea's doing that this year, but the difference between Shea and Ant is Ant's personality. Like, he's got the big personality. He's not like he talks openly and candid to the media. He's got that big smile. Like, Ant's like a cute little guy. Like, he's got the charisma, the like lovable. I don't know. It's hard to say, like a 6'5".
I feel like he has NBA a personality that goes along with his game.
Everyone,
like, it's
right, and
it seems like it's the appropriate personality for somebody who would take over a game. Feels like he's got that dog in him, when you hear him talk. Yeah. When he talks to reporters after the game about, taking down all these legends and LeBron and how he's the legend killer. But I feel like the quiet assassin in SGA, we were just talking about this as well. It feels like his NFL comparison would be Joe Burrow. Somebody who is very good, very suave, because we know SGA attends like the Met Gala. He goes to Fashion Week, but he's not somebody who has a very loud personality. And maybe that is maybe that's something he does on purpose to let his game speak for him. I don't know if that's just him, but it does feel like he's the Joe Burrow of the NBA.
Yeah, I think part of being the face of the league is like the league's ability, your marketability, like the league's ability to sell you. And Anthony Edwards is the better sell there because of the charismatic personality and the loud nature and the joking and all of that, where you just don't get that from Shea, which is fine. Like, it would be great if Joe Burrow showed a little bit more personality at times, but like, honestly, sometimes like people just, I don't want to say don't have personalities, because they do, but don't have that loud one that you want in order to be for your face of the league. And so I think that's the difference between the two, because talent-wise, like SGA, MVP this year, he is the best player in the league according to those voters. And so if you're the best player in the league, like, you are one of the faces of the league. It's just you're not quite as marketable as someone like Anthony Edwards, where people just kind of are drawn to his outgoingness and that the personality that he brings to the game, both on and off the floor. I mean, even like in the series against the Lakers, like, he's joking around with LeBron on the floor, and then he's shoving LeBron 2 possessions later. Like, that type of thing. You get a little bit of everything with Anthony Edwards, where with Shea, you get just phenomenal basketball, but the off-court stuff, he'll talk to the media, but it's very, I don't want to say calculated, but like, it's just more rigid. Like, he's just answering your questions. He's going to talk about basketball, and he's not really going to be joking around or doing anything extracurricular in that sense like Anthony Edwards does.
Yeah, and I do feel like some of it is like the visuals to it as well, because Anthony Edwards, some of his dunks are just incredible. Like they're just fun highlights to watch. And I feel like sometimes SGA, like the way that he scores points, we talked about it earlier, it almost feels quiet. And I think some of the ways that he is great at basketball are a little bit more nuanced. Like I was watching somebody break down film of the way that SGA takes what the defense gives him and the way that he is so patient and waiting for things to open up to where it's not something that maybe a casual fan would see, as opposed to, hey, here's a windmill dunk from Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, I mean, that style of play, that's going to be the highlight reels, and that's what's going to be on the commercials and pregame stuff is all of the, like, that's what people want to see, or the casual fan at least, whereas, like, yeah, SGA is more finesse. I mean, he's going to split defenses and lay it up, reverse layup instead of a throwdown dunk. So you are going to get a more quiet game from more quiet. I struggle saying like quiet game. Like he had a quiet 40 last night, but he still had 40 points. Like he was still the best player on the floor. So is it that quiet? It's just not as you don't have those crazy dunks like Ant does, but I mean 40 points. So you're doing something.
Yeah, and what was it? Like 2 assists or 2 rebounds away from a triple-double? Like you can say quiet all you want, but clearly he's impacting almost every single offensive possession of the game when it comes to the Thunder, which is crazy at this stage in the game. Like you're not playing the Charlotte Hornets, you're playing the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are also one of the deepest teams in the league. So let me ask you this before we move on to our next story. Is there any way that the Timberwolves win another game in this series? Because right now it's priced over at BetMGM like they're probably not going to. So right now, series prices, the Thunder to win it 4-1 is minus 375. The Thunder to win it 4-2 is plus 475. But as we know, the next game is going to be in Oklahoma City. The Thunder big favorites at home, laying 8.5 and minus 350 on the money line. So Kate, let me ask you, is there any way that the Timberwolves extend this series?
Nope. Series is over. I think they lose 8-5 in OKC. I don't have a whole lot of faith. How do you go to Oklahoma City where that's a tough environment to play in? You're on the road. You've gotten blown out in both games in OKC. I just don't see it happening for Minnesota. And to have any shot at winning the series, like it's going to have to go to 7 games, but are you going to win 2 on the road in OKC? Are you going to win a game 7 at OKC to go to, like, that's just not happening, especially with the inconsistencies that we've seen from the Timberwolves at times throughout this series. So 8.5 point favorites at home, OKC on tomorrow. I think the series, unfortunately for me and Timberwolves fans, I think the series is over tomorrow. So I wouldn't jump into anything betting wise in this series. I think you just wait and play the Thunder or whoever you think in the finals and do some series once we figure out if the Knicks or Pacers are going to be moving on. But at this point, I don't think there's any value getting into a series number for Thunder and Timberwolves.
Yeah, it just feels like there would have to be an absolute disaster, like for the Thunder to lose a game at home. And you know what? Maybe it happens, but it just feels like every single thing has to go right for the Timberwolves, and every single thing has to go wrong for the Thunder. Because it feels like the Thunder are a team that it just feels like their success is so repeatable because of their defense. Because if you're a team that lives and dies by like the 3-point shot, as we've seen with the Celtics, sometimes it provides volatile outcomes, because just shooting is one of those things where you're going to have off nights. But it feels like defense is one of those things that can be really consistent. And even on the road, and we saw that last night with the Thunder, just their defense was just absolutely swarming every single possession.
Yeah. And so when you are faced with a defense like that, the Thunder are winning the championship in my mind. Like, well, Pacers could Pacers match up well, I think, with the Thunder, but the way they're shutting down Anthony Edwards has been impressive. Like, Ants had to go back to the film in between games and figure out how to adjust. He hasn't been able to do that in game. And that's a hard thing to do, but yeah, this Thunder team is just so, I talk about depth as well. Like, they have some decent guys coming off the bench that can put up points and help you out, similar to the Timberwolves, but you add that defense in and it's just going to be too much to overcome.
Yeah, it feels like that way to me as well. All right, let's get to the WNBA because now what's crazy to me, Kate, is that now we're seeing headlines on like some of the smaller little nuances of the WNBA. And this is what we see in the NBA. When we see little back and forth between players, we see a little, snippet of it on Twitter, on social media, or whatever. And now it feels like the WNBA is getting this type of coverage. So over the weekend, or I guess it was our weekend, including yesterday, Kelsey Plum hit Angel Reese with the too small taunt, which we've seen a lot in basketball, which is funny because Kelsey Plum is much shorter than Angel Reese. Angel Reese is 6'3", Kelsey Plum is 5'8". And I do feel like people like to pick on Angel Reese, but here's the thing. Like some of her stat lines, and I feel like you follow the WNBA enough to be able to speak on this, 12 points and 13 rebounds. The amount of second chances she gets to make layups. And I understand it feels like you can't say anything about Angel Reese without people saying, oh, you hate Angel Reese. I don't hate Angel Reese, but if you watch some of the film and some of the games, like, man, it's frustrating to watch.
It's so frustrating to watch. I mean, she is not having a good start to the season whatsoever. Her percentages are god-awful. She's shooting 30% from the field. You're right next to the basket.
And it's short range.
Not like you're exactly. And a lot of her rebounds are off her own misses, which is so frustrating to watch. Because like her rebound numbers are phenomenal. She's one of the best rebounders in the league, but like, what if you converted those second chance rebounds, those offensive rebounds, and just made the basket to start with? Like, you would be 10 times better. Your numbers would be significantly better. Your team would probably be winning, and you wouldn't necessarily have this whole like Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese narrative going on quite as much if Angel would just score. Like, that's part of what people dog her for, is these offensive rebounds.
Right, because she would be absolutely dominant because she gets so many rebounds, and I'll give her that. She's an elite rebounder, but you got to start making some of those layups, Angel Reese. And listen, she's young. She has plenty of time to improve her game. All right, coming up next, we'll start off with what's going on else in the WNBA, and of course, the Knicks and the Pacers. That handicap after the break here on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Hour 2 of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable in for Jenks today. And over the next hour, we'll cover it all. We'll start with WNBA news. Big news. Caitlin Clark is going to miss some time. Can the WNBA handle a few weeks without their biggest superstar? And then we'll get to the Eastern Conference Finals. Knicks, Pacers. Pacers, of course, lead this series 2-1. And some interesting news as Tyrese Halliburton's dad will be allowed back at games. Then we'll go on to our favorite plays in Major League Baseball. And of course, our weekend MVP. We normally do this on Monday, but since it was a holiday weekend, we're doing it today. So Kate, what was your MVP of your weekend? Was it, the grilled food? Was it the boat rides on Lake Minnetonka? What was your favorite thing over the weekend?
Just being with my family. That's the best. I mean, all my siblings still live in Minnesota, and they all live not far from my parents, and so they get to hang out all together all the time. And with all of the nieces and nephews, there's I think 8 or 9 of them now. And so being back in Minnesota, I don't come back a ton. And it's never for long periods of time. I'm flying back to Chicago this afternoon. And so just being with the fam, spending time with the nieces and nephews, the kids, that's always fun. I mean, you tack on a boat ride and a Timberwolves game on top of that. I mean, the whole weekend was kind of my MVP, but the family part's the best. I love that.
Oh,
what was yours?
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
I think
right?
for me, it's along similar lines. Because Jake actually didn't have baseball tournaments, which he normally has baseball tournaments every single weekend. So we don't get to spend a ton of time as a family together. Because during the week, I work really early mornings, obviously. Jake works late at night. So it just feels like we're two ships kind of passing in the night. So over the weekend, we got to just sit and chill. And I feel like that extra day that I got off, it just felt like I had a little wiggle room. I don't know if your life is like this, but it just feels like everything. It's okay, I have an hour to do this. At this hour, I need to be here. And if I need to work out, I need to get it in by, 4:00. So it just feels like everything is so scheduled that extra day of wiggle room was really nice.
Yeah. Your life may be a little bit more hectic because you have a child. And so you have to, work around being a mom. But I do totally feel you where everything is kind of scheduled out where you're trying to fit portions of things that you enjoy into little pockets of the day, whether that's working out or hanging out with Blake, doing stuff with her. So yeah, certainly like that. And so having a long weekend where you can kind of get away from that stuff for a little bit, that's really nice every once in a while, even if we are up early working. I suppose this is the start of a new week now. Tuesday, everyone's actually back from the holiday. But nice to get a little extra time for sure.
Yeah, and I feel like you can relate to that, because, I know you work you do a lot of different shows. So you're doing stuff throughout the day. And what I do appreciate with this job is that I do it first thing in the morning and then it's done. And then I have the rest of the day to, fill, because sometimes I remember this back when I was doing a show at 2:30 p.m. You sit and wait around. You have that feeling of okay, I've got a show later day. I've got a show later day. Mm-hmm. Then it happens and then it's over and then you only have half the day left. So I do appreciate that about this morning job. All right, let's get to some news in the WNBA. Some big news. Caitlin Clark is expected to miss at least 2 weeks with a quad strain. So this is a little surprising because we didn't see this happen during the game. There was not really any teases to this, and we didn't know this was going to happen. But of course, this is the biggest superstar in the WNBA. And of course, the Fever are a pretty solid team. I think that's going to be the headline that's kind of lost in the mix, because I know everybody's going to be asking, can the WNBA withstand, a several week period where they don't have their biggest superstar? And I know CBS is going to be a little disappointed because they did have the game where it was supposed to be Angel Reese and the Sky and the Fever and Caitlin Clark. So, of course, the ratings are probably not going to be as great if that game is missing Caitlin Clark. So do you think that's the bigger headline, or is it something tangentially related to, hey, the Fever are still a good team and they certainly need Caitlin Clark if they want to make a run at being one of the best teams in the WNBA? So which is the bigger story for you?
The bigger story is the ratings and viewership without Caitlin Clark. What is that going to look like? Because the Fever are a very talented team. You have Joanna Bonner, you have Kelsey Mitchell, you have Aaliyah Boston. Like, you have talent where they can still win games without Caitlin Clark, I think. Are they going to be as good? Probably not, but they're going to be able to weather the storm without her. But the bigger news is, like, when the Fever were supposed to play in Chicago, that game got moved to the United Center where the Bulls play, because of the crowd and all of those people who bought tickets to come see Caitlin Clark in Chicago. Like, you spent a fortune on tickets to the United Center to watch her, and she's not going to be there. You can't sell those. Who's going to buy them? Like, no one is going to. You can't put them on Ticketmaster or anything like that. I mean, you technically can, but, like, no one is going to buy those tickets to go to a game without Caitlin Clark there. They're not buying those tickets to go watch Angel Reese. Like, sorry, but that's the reality of it. And so it will be so interesting to see if the viewership, which continues to have just record numbers year over year with Caitlin Clark and going back to her college days, what those will look like without her, because that's one of the big arguments that, like, so many people have. And the people who don't like Caitlin Clark is like, well, she's not that important to the league. She's not the one changing the game. Like, the game is just growing because there's so much more talent. Like, no, Caitlin Clark, I saw a stat, like, Caitlin Clark's literally responsible for like 20%, 25% of the growth and profits that the WNBA has had over the last couple of years. Like, directly responsible. So her not being there, her not playing in this game that got moved to the United Center with all the fans, like, sold out, like, that's the bigger story than the Fever maybe dropping a couple games without her on the floor for them.
Yeah, absolutely, from a macro perspective, because she is the number one needle mover in the WNBA, and it's not even close. Like, I don't even know what the comparison would be in other sports, right? Like, there's no single player in the there's no single player in the NBA that is bigger than the league itself. Doesn't that feel like the case for Caitlin Clark, is that she is bigger than even what the league is? And I am not saying that she is the best player, because there are still, Asia Wilson and some of these other players who put up better numbers. Caitlin Clark was not the MVP last year, but simply from a viewing perspective and from a superstar perspective of a league that's still trying to draw bigger numbers. And we see it kind of reflected in their pay. So this is really important to this league, especially at this juncture in time where it feels like their trajectory is just so, headed towards the moon, that, when they have this little blip in it, all momentum is momentum that they need. So I think, from a bigger perspective, this is definitely going to hurt that, but she will be back.
She will be back. Only a couple of weeks. And this maybe gives bettors a chance to jump in on Caitlin Clark MVP, because just a couple days ago, she was the favorite. She was minus 105 over at BetMGM to win MVP. And right now you're looking at a plus 250 on Caitlin Clark. I didn't think, as long as Caitlin Clark stayed healthy, I didn't see that number getting much larger than even like an even money price at some point. But Napheesa Collier, she's had a phenomenal start to the season. She plays for the Minnesota Lynx, so she's now the leader for MVP at minus 175 with Clark right behind her. But the injury for Clark, I don't think it's going to derail her MVP candidacy by any means, but this gives Napheesa Collier maybe some runway to get ahead of her even further in those odds. And she's not going to lock up the MVP at this point of the season, but if her odds get even shorter and Clark isn't able to go for a while or re-injures that hamstring at some point later on in the season, like, Napheesa Collier is going to be your runaway MVP, because she's been just phenomenal to start the year.
Yeah. Let me ask you, value-wise. So the Fever are 13-1 to win the WNBA. Is that a price worth putting some money on? Because we've said it, the Fever are a much better team this year. It's not just Caitlin Clark. They've added some good pieces, and they don't even need Caitlin Clark to be good every single game of the season. And maybe that's going to be different in the postseason, because obviously when you're going against the top contenders in the league, you need your superstar to be great every single game. Do you think the Fever have a chance to win it all?
Yeah, I really do. With all the pieces that they added. because they have now championship experience. Dewana Bonner has won a couple titles. Blanking on Howard. It's not Ryan Howard. I'm blanking on the name. But there's another player that they brought over that has championship experience. And with Stephanie White as their head coach now, their defense is going to get a whole lot better. And that was one of their downfalls last year, was just they were so bad defensively. So I certainly think that they have a shot at winning the title. I would wait, though, if you like the Fever, because they could drop a couple games without Caitlin Clark, and that number is going to get bigger. So it's 4-1 right now. They have the third shortest odds, but if you wait and possibly a loss or two for Indiana could make those odds go from 4-1, maybe 5-6-1. So you could be looking at a little bit better price over the next week or so without Caitlin Clark on the floor.
Yeah. So obviously we will be all hoping for Caitlin Clark to get back on the court for the WNBA, and just from a viewing perspective, because she obviously is very fun to watch. What else has been fun to watch is the Eastern Conference Finals. Knicks Pacers game 4 is tonight in Indiana. So the Pacers short favorites here, -2.5. And if you want to take them on the money line, you can get them at -140, total of 221.5. So let me ask you, Kate, what stands out to you about this series, about this line? What are some of your first impressions for game 4?
The Knicks are so good on the road. The Knicks are 6-1 on the road in the playoffs. Like, for all the talk about Madison Square Garden being the mecca of basketball and such a tough place to play in, the Knicks haven't taken full advantage of that, I think is fair to say, because they've been better away from home. I don't know if there's less pressure or what it is, but I'm looking at the Knicks to cover tonight, possibly win outright. I would take the 2.5. I think this is a game that New York, they know they have to have this one, because you go down 3-1. The odds are not great, and you coming back to win the series. But the difference between this series, if the Knicks were to go down 3-1 versus Minnesota being down right now the same 3-1, is that the Knicks go back home. Like, they would have 2 games potentially, if you go to a game 7, 2 of those on their home floor. But like I just mentioned, does that really matter, because they've been better on the road? So I think this is a spot where you back the Knicks tonight, whether you think they're going to win outright, whether you think it's going to be a really close game and you want the points in your pocket at the end of the game. But the Knicks, I think they kind of figured out a little how to handle the Pacers a little bit better in their speed and their tempo in that game 3, with Tibbs switching up the lineups to play Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns together to get a bigger lineup and force Indiana to have to put bigger players on the floor where they aren't able to run the floor quite as effectively. So this is a Knicks spot for me tonight. As much as I've loved the Pacers so far, and I would like to see the Pacers move on, I think the Knicks have this one tonight.
That does feel like a big advantage that the Knicks do have over the Pacers is size. And we've seen that with Karl Anthony Towns. When he wants to and when he puts his mind to it, he can absolutely take over this game, like we saw late in the game last time around. I think when it comes to the series, I almost want to just take whoever's getting the points. Doesn't it kind of feel like that? Let me double check this hypothesis. I'm pretty sure the underdog in this series has won outright every single game. Yeah, it has. So the first 2 games of the series, the Pacers were 4.5, 5.5 point dogs. They win both those games outright. And of course, 1.5 underdogs on the road at Indiana, and they win that game. So if you're a believer in trends, it does feel like this is the case, which is wild, because the point you mentioned about, the Knicks supposedly having a big home court advantage has not really been the case. But I think for me, it's whoever has the points that you're giving to me, I think I'm going to take them.
Yeah, I don't see this being a blowout either way tonight, or even double-digit lead at the end of the game. I think this is an extremely close one. I think it's tight down the stretch, and maybe even comes down to a last-second shot. One prop that I like in this game, Chelsea, Josh Hart over his rebound prop. I just had that pulled up. I want to say it's 7.5. We'll check here. Josh Hart, 8.5. But I still like the over on 8.5, because Josh Hart is averaging 17 rebound chances per game, and that is the second most, just behind Karl Anthony Towns, of all players remaining. So all 4 teams remaining. Josh Hart's averaging 17 potential boards. So getting over that 8.5 minus 105, I like that price there. Josh Hart, his rebound prop, one of my favorites for this evening.
Does that scare you at all that we've seen like the rotations kind of change where you mentioned it? Wasn't it Mitchell Robinson that started the other night? I'm not
Hart,
saying
yeah.
that. Yeah, but
Yes.
it does seem like Josh Hart is still going to get his minutes.
Right.
But
as long as he gets his minutes, I don't care if he's starting or not. He just needs to be on the floor.
All right, I hear the music. It's time to get to break. All right, next segment, we'll get to our favorite plays in baseball. Stick with us here on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
And we're back. It's a Tuesday. It's May 27th here on the show. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kay Constable in for Jenks. In a few minutes, we'll get to the diamond and give you our favorite plays in Major League Baseball, because we do have a nice little slate today. So, Kate, as we've been talking about, you grew up in Minnesota. I was asking you if you were a Twins fan, where you said, I guess so. And I feel like that's maybe the reaction that they deserve after it feels like years of mediocrity, or at least when it comes to this recent window. Because when I was in Fort Myers as a TV reporter, we had the spring training site of the Minnesota Twins. Mm-hmm. So I remember covering some of the offseason storylines, and every year it was going to be different. This was going to be the year that they got past the Yankees. And you know what? They never did. So we're still kind of waiting, it feels like, for the Twins. They have a good team every year, but it just never crosses that threshold of being a great team, it feels like.
Yeah, it's been rough. As a kid, we would watch on VHS, like before DVDs even, of the Twins 91 World Series. And like that was the most exciting thing. But we haven't had anything in like Minnesota Twins history even remotely close to that. I mean, the Twins just had their first playoff win in over a decade, a couple of years ago. So yeah, I mean, I'm a Twins fan, I guess you could say. Kirby Puckett back in the day, like I had Kirby Puckett jersey. I had a Chuck Knobloch jersey. He was my favorite player, which is just strange. Like, I don't know as a kid how you just like Chuck Knobloch wasn't a superstar or right? Am I wrong? And Chuck was like
he was a good player. Like, I had heard of him. Like, I don't think it's like a crazy player to like, hey, this is a good player. This is somebody I'm going to follow. I feel like we all have players like that, though. Like somebody who you watch and maybe it just happens to be like he's on the TV every time you like turn it on or something.
Yeah.
For me, it was like Juan Pierre. I remember him like very vividly because he was like a leadoff guy for the Cubs. And I was a leadoff gal when I played softball. I was somebody who stole a lot of bases, so I liked leadoff batter. So Juan Pierre is not somebody who's going to be one of the greatest baseball players of all time, but I really liked him. So sometimes guys stand out to you for different reasons. But when it comes to the Twins, you're right. When it comes to, I was looking up their numbers for, some of the years that they've won the American League, sometimes the times that they've won the Central Division. So they have been winning their division. I'll give them that. So they won it in 2020 and 2023. But the last time they won the AL was 1991. So it's been a hot minute.
And how many
since the American League
they won in that span? Not a whole
lot.
How
many what? World Series?
How many playoff series have they won? Since then?
I would have to look that up, but it feels just off the top of my memory. It just feels like they always play the Yankees and they always lose. It feels like it's a lot of that. So here are the teams that have defeated them. So it's been the Astros, the Yankees, the Yankees, the Yankees, the Yankees, the A's, the Yankees, the Yankees since 2003. So it's like every time you see the Yankees playing the Twins in the postseason, you're like, all right, we know how this goes.
And then my guy Chuck Knobloch goes to the Yankees. Are you kidding me, Chuck? Like we lose to the Yankees year after year after year, then you just join the enemy? Come on, Chuck, what are we doing?
Yeah, never feels good.
Never
feels good. But to his credit, this is what people used to do. Like now it feels like it's almost the Dodgers where, guys just go. But it used to be if you were a good player, you would just eventually end up with the Yankees because the Yankees would just offer you the largest sum of cash.
Yeah.
Like, hey, go ahead and put on those pinstripes, brother, and shave your face. You're headed to the Yankees because you're a good player. And we're going to spend and get whoever's good on our roster. And lo and behold, the Yankees were pretty good for a long, long time. And they still are. All right, Kate, so let's get to some of these games today. And I am not seeing Twins and Yankees, so the Twins are in luck. They do get the Rays today. Let's start with, I think, the most watchable of these games. The Braves and the Phillies squaring off in a big NL East battle. So this one is close to a pick'em. Philly minus 115 favorites at home. Atlanta minus 105. Total of 8 runs. Spencer Strider on the hill. for the Braves, and Ranger Suarez goes for the Phils. He's 3-0 with a 3.70 ERA. Spencer Strider, the numbers don't look great. He's 0-2 with a 5.79 ERA, but we know Spencer Strider, when dialed in, is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. So, Kate, what do you think about this line? Yeah. Is there anything you think bettors should know before betting on this game?
I like Strider today. I could see him going out and having a big outing. And against this Phillies team, Phillies offense is very good, but let's look at who the Phillies have played lately. They had a winning streak going prior to losing on Sunday to the A's, but their schedule hasn't really been all that tough. They played the A's, who are solid, but a series with the Rockies, they won that one. Series against the Pirates, they won that. So, they've been winning a ton and they've been scoring. Their offensive numbers have been good, but let's evaluate the opponents that they have been facing. And so this Braves team now with Ronald Acuna Jr. back and how well he's been at the plate, I think there's the momentum for the Braves. And if Strider can kind of capitalize or, be a part of that momentum or channel that a little bit, maybe that drives his performance today. So I would take the Braves, even though they are on the road this afternoon.
Yeah, here's some more ammo for that argument. Some of the best hitters for the Phillies do not have good splits against Spencer Strider. Maybe it should be noted that maybe some of these came in Spencer Strider's year where, he was leading the league in strikeouts. But again, he's still a really good pitcher. Nick Castellanos hitting 158 in 19 at-bats. Bryce Harper hitting 188 in 16 at-bats. You go further down the card, JT Realmuto hitting 133 and Kyle Schwarber hitting a paltry 190 against Spencer Strider. So we know that Spencer Strider has some good outings against the Phils. I think if you're going to play the Phillies or if you're going to play the Braves, maybe I would stick with the first five because I'm not sure how much I can trust the Braves bullpen. So maybe I will just do that because I do think Spencer Strider has historically been good against the Phillies, at least in the regular season. So I understand the reasoning there. All right, so let me ask you just for funsies. So the White Sox are playing today. We know that you live in Chicago, but the Mets are minus 275. Chicago plus 220, total of 8 runs. Jonathan Cannon facing off with Tyler McGill. Jonathan Cannon actually has a pretty decent ERA for playing for a terrible team. 3.76. I feel like a 3 ERA is, pretty solid in the major leagues, but he's 2-5 because the White Sox have not given him a ton of run support. I will say it feels like the White Sox are at least in a category above the Rockies. They're not one of those teams that I automatically fade. They've been scrappy at times this year, but I don't think that I'm willing to take them on the road at the Mets. Are you fading the White Sox today?
Yeah, you have to fade the White Sox. They have been a little scrappy lately. They've won some games. They have been, dare I say, better than their initial start to the season, but they're still not a team that I am ever going to bet on. If anything, I just bet against them. And you take the run line too, because for the most part, they are losing by more than 1 run. So you would cover that most games. I know yesterday's game, a 2-1 result in favor of the Mets. So if you took the run line yesterday, obviously not covering that, but that's how you play White Sox games is the money line for the Mets, 265, sitting around that, minus 275 rather. You can't lay that, I don't think. At least I'm not willing to. So taking them on the run line, minus 1.5, I think is the way to play any White Sox games, just because they more often than not are losing by more than just 1 run. In Chicago, the other Chicago team, Chelsea, the Cubs today, they're also at home. And for as good as the Cubs offense has been lately, I've looked to play overs. I think you look at an under today because it's fairly windy in Chicago. Just checked out the weather there. And the wind is blowing in at Wrigley, if I am seeing and looking at all of this correctly. So I don't think you're going to get a high scoring game in terms of the ball flying out of the park, because when the winds blow in the opposite direction at Wrigley, that's when you look for overs. Today, I think 7.5 is the total there. And I think you look for an under there, especially knowing that you're probably not getting a whole lot of runs out of the Rockies today.
Yeah, I think maybe that's a good look. And Herman Marquez is probably happy to be playing in a pitcher friendly environment as opposed to pitching on the road at or pitching at home at Coors Field, because we know that is not a pitcher's paradise. And it's been a tough season for Herman Marquez, who's starting for the Rockies today. 1-7 with a 7.66 ERA. But I'll say this, his last start against the Phillies was really good. 7 innings, only 4 hits, 1 earned run, and 5 strikeouts. Of all the guys in the rotation for the Rockies, Herman Marquez actually has some good seasons. So I'm not saying that you play the Rockies today. I am just saying that maybe he brings something to the table, especially if you are playing an under in this situation. It is built into the price. Total in this one, 7.5. And if you do want to take the Cubs, you will have to lay the 2.5, which has become the norm when playing, fading the Rockies. You got to lay the 2.5. It's plus 110 if you think the Cubs are going to win by at least 3 runs. But I think the under is a solid look. Or you could go first 5 under if you only believe in the starters here and you don't want it to get to the Rockies bullpen, because the Rockies bullpen arms have certainly been worn thin. So let's see if we can get a 4 in this game. Obviously, it'll be a little risky. 4.5. You can get a first 5 under 4.5 for minus 130. Again, if you want to only trust the starters, I think that's a good call. And plus, the Rockies' offense has been god-awful on the road. Like, they're just about worst in baseball in just about every statistical category when it comes to their offense, but especially on the road when they don't get that Rocky Mountain high and that altitude to carry the ball over. So an offense that I'm not expecting to do much. It doesn't matter the starting pitcher who the Cubs have. So I think that is a solid look. I wanted to mention this one as well because Hunter Brown has been fantastic for the Astros. So the Astros are hosting the A's today. JP Sears going for Oakland, or not Oakland, whatever city you want to post with the Athletics these days. JP Sears 4-4 with a 4 flat ERA. As I mentioned, Hunter Brown has been fantastic this year. 6-3 with a 2.04 ERA. I will say his last one was a little shaky. 5 earned runs against the Tampa Bay Rays, but that was on the road at a hitter-friendly park where Tampa Bay, again, it feels like locationless. They're playing at the Yankees spring training facility, but I think this is a good spot for the Astros. The Astros offense has not been one that I really want to trust on a daily basis, but Hunter Brown is a starter I can get behind. So I think you either play Hunter Brown and his earned runs prop under, or you just go with the Astros in the first 5 innings. -0.5 is -150. Or you just take the full game run line at -1.5, because the Astros also have one of the best bullpens in all of Major League Baseball, at least when it comes to the stats. The A's certainly have that great offense, but they do not have the pitching to go along with it. So I think when you have a great offense that goes against a top-line pitcher, the top-line pitcher usually wins out. So I'll go with the Astros here. I do like that one a lot. So, Kate, is there any game that I'm missing here that you wanted to talk about?
I have another question for you. Hunter Brown for Cy Young. He's plus 850. He has the 4th shortest odds. Skubal is leading the AL Cy Young race, -115. Do you think there's any value on Hunter Brown right now at plus 850?
I think for the sake of argument, like, we're still sitting at May 27th. Like, it is still very early on in the season. But Tariq Skubal, like, over the weekend, the performance that he had, it almost feels like when we have like the Heisman race and somebody has like their Heisman moment. I am not saying that this was it for Tariq Skubal, because again, it's May 27th, but a full game, a complete game shutout, only 2 hits, 13 strikeouts. Some of the numbers that he puts up are just incredible. So I think it's going to take a lot to take it away from Tariq Skubal, and the strikeout stuff is there because you need the sexy stat of strikeouts to win this award. And Hunter Brown is just not on Tariq Skubal's level right now. You look at Hunter Brown, 71 strikeouts and 61 innings of work. Tariq Skubal has 92 punch-outs and 68 innings of work. So I understand that it's early in the season and he certainly could get hurt. We hope that's not the case. But again, you need that sexy strikeout number to win the Cy Young. And I think it's going to be really difficult for somebody to pry it out of the very talented hands of Tariq Skubal.
All right, so Paul Skeens on the other side, his strikeout numbers have not been as high as they were last year. Like, do you have any concern with Paul Skeens and the Pirate? I mean, he's just not getting any run support in his start. So
Right.
like maybe his record doesn't look great, but that doesn't necessarily mean Skeens. And I only bring up Skeens because he is the leader for NL Cy Young right now. I mean, a very short leader. That race is a whole lot closer, at least the top three of Yamamoto, Skeens, and Zach Wheeler than the AL.
Yeah, and we've seen this in baseball before to where run support, it matters obviously in the game, but it doesn't necessarily matter when it comes to these awards. We have seen MVPs come from terrible teams. We've seen Mike Trout win it with the Angels. Even though he puts up great individual numbers, people don't seem to care about the overall record of the team. Same goes with Jacob deGrom. There were years where he didn't have run support. So I certainly think Paul Skeens can still make a great case for it if he continues to put up good numbers. All right, coming back after the break, it's time to crown a winner of the weekend. Who gets our MVP? Tariq Skubal, one of the candidates, but who wins? Next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
That's right. We're here with more of the Daily Tip. In a few mere moments, we'll get to our favorite individual or team performance of the weekend as we crown a winner of, usually it's Monday MVP, but since I was not here yesterday, we're going to do Tuesday MVP and crown a winner of the long weekend. Kate Constable in for Jenks today, and we'll get to Tuesday MVP in a few moments here on the show. So Kate, as we've talked about, you were at the game last night for the Timberwolves. I was just thinking, I don't think I've ever been to a meaningful NBA game. The only NBA games I've been to are Charlotte Hornets games. And this was back when they were, what was the Bobcats? I went to like Bobcats games, and I went to like a few Hornets games. And it's always when they're playing like a good team, because it's like, oh, well, they're terrible, but the Lakers are in town, so we see LeBron James playing. But these are always regular season games because we lived in Charlotte for a time. Now I live in Nashville. So like the closest ticket in town is Memphis, but that's 3 hours away. So I feel like when it comes to the NBA, I don't really have a team, but I do feel like it's easier for me to pick a team in the postseason and be like, hey, this is the best story. I'm just going to root for that team. So if the Timberwolves are bounced from the postseason, which it's looking like they might, is there a team that you think you'll hitch your bandwagon to or jump on the bandwagon for as far as like storylines go? Who will you be rooting for if the Timberwolves get bounced?
I mean, it's hard to root for the team that bounces your team, kicks your team out of the playoffs, but the Thunder are a likable team. Like, they are a fun team to watch too, and Shea's a really fun player to root for, and it seems like a decent guy. Like, so I wouldn't be deterred from rooting for the Thunder, even if they do, and it looks like they're going to bounce my Timberwolves from the playoffs. Also, like, the Pacers are kind of a fun story too, because I don't think too many people thought that the Pacers were going to be back in the Eastern Conference playoffs and leading that playoff series and looking like the better team throughout most of that. So the Tyrese Halliburton, especially after getting the overrated, what would you call that? Overrated tagline to him vote. Yeah. And looking like he's a pretty underrated player right now with how he's been playing in the postseason. So either one of those two teams, the Thunder or the Pacers, I don't know. I got something against the Knicks, and maybe it's just Knicks and Knicks fans and stuff. But I would prefer to see either the Pacers or the Thunder win it all. And it's looking like, I mean, the Thunder have just been so dominant and so dominant all season. Like, this is nothing new for OKC, that I think the Thunder are going to be the ones standing at the end.
Yeah. Logic question. Would you rather the team that eliminates you win it all, just so you can say, hey, well, we had to play the defending champ or the reigning champs.
Yeah.
So maybe that makes us look better. Or do you say, hey, I hate that team because they beat us?
No, I think it makes you, if anything, it makes you look a little bit better because you didn't lose to a team that you should have beat. Like the Thunder, if and when they do beat Minnesota, like they have been the better team in that series. And so to lose to a team that then goes on to win the playoffs, like it's a little easier pill to swallow than if you let a series slip away and they go on and then don't win it all. Like that could have been you. So I think it's easier if you are able to then root for the team that bounced you.
Well, it does feel like you have a level-headed approach, and you won't look at FGA's stat line and be like, hey, I'm not giving him MVP of the weekend because he just beat my team. It feels like you can look at this through an unbiased lens. So let's go through the candidates and see who had the best weekend in all of sports.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
All right, Denton, looks like you're here to bring us the candidates of MVP of the weekend. Can I ask you some fandom questions first? Are you somebody who subscribes to the same theory as Kate, where you'd rather have a team beat the team that beat you go on to win it all because it makes your team look better? And let me ask you this. Do you ever root for a team that's in the same conference as your team? Like the people in the SEC that say, hey, well, an SEC team won it. I feel like no other conference does that.
No, that's definitely an SEC thing. It depends who is the team that's beating you. Like, I think in this instance for Kate, Oklahoma City is a likable team. But, like, in football, the Eagles beat my Commanders, and I wanted to see the Eagles get their face stomped in. It didn't happen that way, but I wanted to see them get absolutely destroyed, and that didn't happen. So, like, if you have likable players on the team that beat you, I feel like it's a lot easier.
Or it's not a rival.
Yeah.
And Philadelphia has no likable players. They all suck. All right. MVP Monday on a Tuesday, our favorite day to do this. So we got 4 really good candidates, and we're going to spread across all sports. We're going to start on the diamond. Tariq Skubal, the pitcher for the Tigers, pitched 9 shutout innings with 13 Ks and 94 pitches. He became one of the first pitchers in 2 decades to strike out 13 while staying under 100 pitches.
It's a good one. All right, who else we got?
Number 2, I'm going to lacrosse because I watched a lot of lacrosse this weekend. C.J. Kirst, the attacker for Cornell, he had 6 goals in the national championship win for Cornell. It's their first national championship in almost 50 years, and he tied the all-time single-season goal mark with 82 goals. So C.J. Kirst is nominee number 2. Nominee number 3 to the NBA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 1 rebound shy of a triple-double. He needed to channel his inner Angel Reese a little bit there. But 40 points, 10 assists, 9 rebounds in Game 4 as the Thunder take a 3-1 lead over the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then to the ice, Frederick Anderson, goalie for the Carolina Hurricanes, 20 saves in Game 4, held the Florida Panthers scoreless, and he kept that series alive. Florida leads that one now 3-1.
All right. So we have some good candidates here. I think that it's difficult for me to go with a hockey person just because I don't have the depth of knowledge to know just how dominant this was. But even as a casual hockey fan, I know that goalie play is extremely important in the postseason. And this is what can propel your team to a win and a great postseason. So obviously, the Hurricanes goalie deserves some credit in that regard. 20 saves obviously is a big deal. But I'm going to go to the NBA. I'm going to go with SGA here. A quiet 40 points, as we talked about earlier in the show. It almost feels comical to say that, but it just felt like every time that the Timberwolves had a rally, SGA had an answer. And even if he wasn't the one scoring points, he was involved, it feels like, in every offensive play in this game. And you saw it in the stat line, like a rebound away from a triple-double. These are crazy numbers to be putting up against one of the best defenses in the NBA. And yes, the Timberwolves statistically were one of the best defenses in the NBA. I know it feels like, the Thunder take all of the defensive credit and spotlight in this game, as they should, but the Timberwolves are a tough defensive matchup. So what SGA is doing, penetrating the paint and getting to the free throw line, you can call him a free throw merchant all you want, but he is a superstar who knows how to keep his team in it. And if it's getting to the line and making his free throws, 14 of 16 from the free throw line? There is something to be said for that. So the consistent presence that SGA has been for the Thunder, you can't say that about every single superstar in the league. Looking at you, Anthony Edwards, where it feels like you can count on him each and every night. So MVP of the weekend for me is going to be SGA.
All right. I'm with you with the hockey. I cannot take Frederick Anderson. The Panthers rested 3 of their top players yesterday. Like, they basically have this game. We're going to rest some guys and we'll be back and we're just going to beat you then. So Anderson does not get my vote. Shea had a great game, but he beat the Wolves yesterday. You can't be my MVP when you just dropped 40 on my team. Like, I can't do that as much as we just talked about, like, Shea being a likable team or a player in the Thunder. I'm going to go with the CJ Kirst, the Cornell attacker. 6 goals in a national championship game. I mean, that's pretty impressive. All-time single-season goal mark. Tied it, 82 goals. And Denton, what did you say? It's been like 52 years since Cornell's won a national championship. I got to vote for the guy who's carrying his team to their first title in 50 plus years. I mean, that's pretty good. So I did not think a lacrosse player would make the MVP Monday list today, but I like that we've got some diversity here.
All right, Den, break the tie here. Who do you like?
I'm taking C.J. Kirst. I thought he was excellent, and it allows me to shoehorn in an Andy Bernard reference. Cornell is back on top of the lacrosse world.
Yes, as we all know, the Nard dog went to Cornell, did he not? Am I getting that right?
Yep.
Well, like, it's just, I don't follow lacrosse enough to know, how good this is. And understandably so, if you have a standout performance in a national championship game, but like, come on, like, what else does SGA have to do? Like, was he one rebound away? Like, I understand you're a T-Wolves fan, Kate, but like, then how are you not giving it to SGA? And like, can you quantify this hockey performance for me? Why are we not giving it to the Hurricanes goalie?
The hockey performance would have been my second pick just because the Panthers had scored, 15, 16 goals over the first 3 games to then be held scoreless in game number 4. But I think because it was a lacrosse national championship, that's why he gets my play. Big time player, big time game.
Yeah,
same.
I wasn't following.
SGA, like, we've seen that stat line from him before. That's why, like, as crazy as that stat line is, it's not out of the norm for SGA to have numbers like that. So that's why that's one of the reasons he doesn't get my vote. But national championship game, big time stage, big time performance. And then again, the hockey, like, I think that Florida just mailed that one in. So it is impressive, 20 saves, especially when you talk about the numbers that Denton just said with the Panthers scoring so much. But still, they were without some of their top guys and pretty much handed that game to the Canes. So he can't make my list.
Yeah, I'll drop in one other candidate that maybe didn't make the cut, but still maybe needs to be mentioned. The Indy 500 was over the weekend as well, and it's Alex Palou, I believe, winning it. So that is a big deal. I'm not an IndyCar person, but that's a big one, right? Like, does that one get thrown in there?
Yeah. I mean, Indy 500 's one of the big, it actually is the largest swing event in the entire world in terms of volume of people attending. So Indy 500, you win that. That's a big time race.
Yeah, I'm just not a racing girl. I'm not an Indy 500 girl. I am not a NASCAR girl, even though my husband forces me to watch whatever the latest Netflix special is on Dale Earnhardt. We watched that over the weekend. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and we'll tell you how to bet the Eastern Conference Finals tonight and react to some of the big news when it comes to Caitlin Clark. That's next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Let's get it going, people. It's time for the third hour of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Kate Constable, in for Jenks today. Over the next hour here on the show, we will cover it all when it comes to the world of sports and sports betting. We'll start with a preview of Game 4 between the Knicks and the Pacers, the props we like, the sides we like, and why maybe you should be considering the underdog when it comes to the trends. Then at 8:20, we bring in Craig Hoffman of Team 980 in DC to bring us some insight on what Caitlin Clark's injury means for her MVP chances, her team's chances, and the overall trajectory of the WNBA, because there is no bigger needle mover than Caitlin Clark, it feels like, in sports for her individual sport. And then we saved our best for last. Our best bets of the entire day come your way at 8:40. So big news for the Halliburton family tonight, Kate. Apparently, Tyrese Halliburton's dad is now allowed to be back at games. So we know we had that little tiff with Giannis Antetokounmpo, and the NBA said, hey, that's really unacceptable. You can't be doing that to our players. So he had been banned from going to games, which is tough because Tyrese Halliburton's had some great games, some game-winning shots, some epic game performances, and his dad is not allowed to be in the arena. So now they're going to allow him back. He can't be courtside, so obviously there will be no altercations with opposing players, but he will be in a suite. Do you think that this is an X factor in the game? What do you think they're going to do with this on the broadcast? Do you think they're going to talk about it a ton, or do you think this is a nothing burger that the NBA will choose not to pick on?
No, this is going to be talked about all night. Like, they've freed Pops. Pops is back. He's in the building, ready to go. I mean, you had Charles Barkley on the broadcast for TNT a couple of games ago say, Adam Silver, this is my plea for you to allow Tyrese Halliburton's dad back. And I mean, I think the Pacers even put out like a Pops is free, something like that tweet. Like, so it's going to be a big deal. I wouldn't be shocked if TNT tries to get him on set. Like, I'm not sure the league would appreciate that, but I mean, it would not be like totally crazy if all of a sudden Tyrese Halliburton's dad pops up on Inside the NBA prior to the game. I think they would probably want that to happen. Is it actually going to? That's, questionable, because I feel like the league would probably have something to say about that. But I never thought he should have been banned to begin with. Like, he should have been banned from sitting courtside. That should have been the punishment for him. The fact that he hasn't been allowed to be in the building at all is crazy. Like, put him up in a suite. Tyrese Halliburton can afford a suite for his father to sit in. He's far enough away from the court. He's not going to be getting in any fights with anyone like he did with Giannis, but to have him like banned from the building, especially when Halliburton has had, like you said, such great performances. Like, I'm sure he would have loved to be at the Garden game 1 when Halliburton hits the game tying shot to send it into overtime. So I'm glad he is able to be back. I think it's the right move that he's not courtside, but the fact that he hasn't been able to be at any of these games, that was an overkill for me.
Well, especially because some of the games have been so good. Like, imagine having these huge moments and like your parents don't even get to watch it live. Like, it is kind of upsetting, but again, those are the consequences when you pick on like one of the faces of the league. Like, maybe don't go up to Giannis, somebody who's a superstar. Like, what are you doing? Like, maybe just celebrate with your son after you win a game and don't go up to Giannis and start picking a fight. But I do think that this is one of like the layers of the NBA postseason that makes it fun. Like, isn't that one of the layers of what makes like Knicks games so fun, is because they have these fans that bring a presence to the courtside. We know Spike Lee is somebody who's been very involved, even with opposing players. We know Reggie Miller, has done things to Spike Lee. So I just think it brings another presence, and it's something that the Knicks always have. They always have these celebrity fans. So why not let the Pacers have somebody as well that kind of brings the same presence?
Their celebrity fan, Tyrese Halliburton's dad, not quite the same caliber celebrity as the Knicks have on Celebrity Row, but he's up there. My question is, which storyline will be mentioned more, because I don't know if you knew, Chelsea, but SGA and Nickeil Alexander-Walker, they're cousins. They're related.
They're
I
cousins.
don't know if you knew that. But like that's been the overkill storyline in that series, where I feel like tonight it's gonna be mentioned so much that Halliburton's dad is back in the building. Halliburton's dad this, Halliburton's dad that. Like that's gonna be the overkill story for tonight's game.
You're right. They always say like, and he's guarded. Oh, and it's great for SGA's cousin. Like they always have to like throw it in. It's like, we get it. You don't have to say that like to him every single possession or every single shot that he makes. It was always funny to me when, I don't know if you remember this, when Reggie Miller and his sister, Cheryl Miller, were on like the same broadcast sometimes. They wouldn't say, and Reggie sends it to his sister. Like he wouldn't say that every time. So sometimes you can just leave it be. You don't have to mention it every time. Maybe here and there is fine. But you're right. As long as they don't overkill it and it's not like one of the prime storylines of the game, but we shall see. Listen, maybe it's a great game and they don't have time to go to these other storylines because, you know, if it's a back and forth affair and it's some of the fireworks that we've already seen in the series, they're not going to need to go to that storyline. So tonight it's game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Pacers lead it 2-1, but the Pacers favored in this one at home in Indiana, 2.5-point favorites. On the money line, you can get them at -140, total of 221.5. So Kate, we've seen this trend in this series where the underdog in every single game this far has won the game outright. Is that a trend that you're following here?
Yeah, I know earlier when we talked about this game a little bit, I said I'm thinking about taking the points with the Knicks. I'm just going to take the Knicks on the money line. I think they win this game. They've been so good on the road throughout the entire postseason, 6-1 straight up on the road. And you look at away from Madison Square Garden against the spread, they are that's a straight up number. 3-0 straight up. Oh, and against the spread. My notes not processing right now. But so they are very good at covering on the road, winning straight up on the road. And I think the total in this one too, I would take the under. I think we're going to see a little bit lower scoring game, a little tighter game too, especially down the stretch if this one is as close as we think it's going to be. But it comes down to the lineup changes for the Knicks. And all of that is in efforts to get the Pacers to play a little bit slower and to not push in transition quite as much, having that bigger lineup for the Knicks with Mitchell Robinson starting, Karl Anthony Towns, that gives them a whole lot more rebounding, where then Indiana has to play a little bit bigger too, and they can't run quite as much as they like to or are used to. So I'm looking at the Knicks to tie the series up tonight 2-2, go back to MSG for game 5. And I also like the under, just thinking that if this is a Knicks game, I think those two things are correlated, the under and the Knicks winning.
I think that I'm still going to take the points. Like, I agree with you on the Knicks, but we have seen this series have such close games that, like, maybe just for a little wiggle room, I'm going to take the 2.5. Like, we've seen the innings of these games. So I'll take the 2.5 with the Knicks. I do think that that's a great point that you mentioned about the size advantage that the Knicks have now realized that they do have in this one. And watching the game, Indiana has those smaller guards, and sometimes it's very obvious. Like, I think it was that one play where OG Anunoby just swatted the ball from, I think it was Andrew Nembhard. He was like trying to make a layup, and OG Anunoby just like swats it out of there and just stares him down. Because that's the thing. The Knicks have a much bigger lineup, and they have bigger guys that can, you know, fill that role as bigger defenders, but also score, like namely Karl Anthony Towns. And I think from a betting standpoint, it's been difficult for me because Karl Anthony Towns has had big games, but sometimes it's dependent on the number. So I've been somebody who's wanting to take Karl Anthony Towns props because I say, hey, he is a matchup nightmare for the Pacers, but sometimes his props have just been too high. Like the other night, I think it was 24.5, which is really high for Karl Anthony Towns. We know he can certainly get there because he averaged 30 points against the Pacers in the regular season and had some big ones already. But he has had some games where he's been a slow starter. That last game, he really came alive in the fourth quarter. So his number today is 22.5. So it is a little bit lower than it has been. But Kate, I don't know. Like, I think that he has a big game in this one, but I feel like that number is just about right.
Yeah, that number does seem right. If you look at what he's done in the last couple games in this series, 35, 20, 24, and you're right, in the last game, 20 of those points in the fourth quarter. So he basically was a nothing all game, all of a sudden comes alive in the fourth, which to me was surprising for Cat because he seems like a player that is a little bit more of like a momentum player. Like if he gets going early, he's going to have a big game, where I always think of him as like, it's hard for him to get going late in games. So he clearly proved me wrong in that sense. So I think this number is right where it should be. I don't really see an edge in taking either side. If anything, I would take his rebound prop, 11.5, and he's been just killing it on the boards. I mean, 12. Yeah, he had 7 in game 2, 15 though in game 3. So throughout the entire playoffs, I mean, that's also going back to the Boston series, but he has been very good on the glass. And he is, I want to say he's leading the entire, all 4 teams in that are remaining in rebound chances, leading all players. Josh Hart is second in those. So I also mentioned earlier, I like Josh Hart's rebounds. And I mean, you might say, okay, well, what's his role going to look like tonight? Coming off the bench, because he likely will come off the bench again tonight. He still played 34 minutes the other night. So he still played the third most minutes of any player on the Knicks. He's going to be on the floor. He's going to get plenty of action despite maybe not starting. So Josh Hart rebounds over and Cat rebounds over. Those are my 2 props that I really like tonight.
Well, and Josh Hart's rebound prop is not nearly as high as Karl Anthony Towns because, again, like I keep coming back to this, like I've bet on Karl Anthony Towns rebounds before, and it just feels like sometimes he just falls just short because his number is 11.5. Josh Hart is 8.5. But some of the other ways that I play the NBA is you can do these like alternate lines. So I think if you think that the number is like almost dead on, you go with the alternate one. So you can Josh Hart 7+ rebounds, maybe combine it with Karl Anthony Towns, 20+ points. Let's see what that gets us. It is even money. So, Kate, yes or no? Karl Anthony Towns, 20+ points. Josh Hart, 7+ rebounds. Even money.
Yeah, I couldn't argue with that. I think that's a pretty decent little mini parlay there, Chelsea. Karl Anthony Towns, if the Knicks are going to win this game, he's got to score. I guess whether it's from the jump that he gets going or late in the game, I mean, he still has put up big numbers, and 20 points is certainly not out of the question for Cat. So if you can get even money on that, I think that is a pretty good little parlay.
Yeah, I think the one sabotage factor is that if Jalen Brunson takes over this game, kind of like we saw, last game where it was just him shooting the ball a lot. Because listen, like we still know that this is certainly Jalen Brunson's team. And if it comes down to it, he's going to be the guy taking the shots. So sometimes that takes away from the other players, which brings me to my next question. Do we think this is going to be another Jalen Brunson type game? It's certainly built into the number because you are never getting a bargain of a price on Jalen Brunson at his point prop. 30+ points is -110. Is it another Jalen Brunson game? Yes.
I feel like every game is a Jalen Brunson game. Although I didn't think he played all that great in game, game 3, but still 23 points. Yeah. And you look at the previous 2 games, 43, 36. Like Brunson's one of those players typically like SGA or Ant. Like I typically will bet Ant overs. He didn't come through last night. But those aren't players that I look towards unders on. It's either over or pass for guys like Jalen Brunson or SGA or Anthony Edwards. So I think, it's gonna be another Brunson game because Brunson is the engine that makes that team go. And if the Knicks want to avoid the Knicks season's on the line tonight. If they don't win this game, they're not winning the series. It's just not happening. Similar to what we now think of Minnesota. Like Minnesota's not coming back to win this series. They had their chance last night to tie it up and didn't get it done. So if New York is going to keep their season alive, it is going to be on the back of Jalen Brunson. So you could not catch me betting Jalen Brunson unders tonight. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm certainly not taking the under. Like maybe I'm not hitting the over. Maybe it gets left off the card. I will say it doesn't feel like this series is as lopsided as the Thunder and the Timberwolves. And obviously that's built into the number. If you believe in the Knicks to still win the series, they are plus 170. The Pacers are minus 210. And I will say the longer the series goes on, the more the Pacers have an advantage simply because they have such a deep rotation and their legs are going to be well rested. And we've seen this, in some of the other series. But the Knicks certainly have some momentum going into game 4. We will see if Jalen Brunson can continue to be one of the most clutch players or the clutch player of the year in the NBA. All right, coming up next, time to talk WNBA. Big news is Caitlin Clark's going to miss a couple weeks. What does it mean for the WNBA? We bring on a guest to talk about that. That's next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back. In a few minutes here on the show, we'll talk about the big news in the WNBA. Caitlin Clark's going to be out for at least a couple weeks with a quad strain. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She's Kate Constable, filling in for Jenks today. And I think it's great to have a guest on here in a few minutes that actually covers the NBA and covers the sport, because I think the most maddening thing about like anything related to Caitlin Clark is the amount of people who chime in and have big opinions on Caitlin Clark, and like some of the things that people say, like they are just off in left field, and it's people who don't even watch the WNBA. And it just makes me mad because it just feels like there is no context for these things, and it just feels like they're jumping in on the topic of the day without actually knowing what's actually going on.
Yeah, people like to have a lot of opinions about Caitlin Clark and the WNBA, and it's easy to see those that actually watch the product and understand what's going on in the league right now, and those that are just kind of trying to pick fights online, or have chosen sides between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, like that whole argument. But those are kind of just like the casual fans that just want to argue online versus ones that like really understand the game and what's going on and the growth of it all and the role of both of those players in the league, but specifically Caitlin Clark, because what she's done for the sport and for women's basketball is far more than like any of the highlight plays that she has. So it's easy to weed out the two, Chelsea, but it's still obnoxious that there are so many people out there that talk about the league, but yet don't really watch it or understand even what they're talking about.
Right. And I don't even think they're casual fans. Like when I think of casual fans, I think of people who like watch the best teams. Like think of a casual like NFL fan, somebody who watches like Sunday Night Football and like the biggest games. Like I don't even think these people are casual fans. I think they're not even fans of the WNBA at all. They're people who are trying to use this as like a platform for other issues, if you get what I'm saying. It's like the people on Fox News or whatever, where it's just they're trying to prove a different point and use this as their example. And it just makes me mad because some of it is not even that. It is simply two players who are playing basketball. And it's okay if they have, a bit of a rivalry. And if, they're playing physical. We see this in other sports between other athletes, and it's not a big deal. But of course, if it's Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, people do not know how to act. So let me bring on somebody who actually follows the sport and knows what he's talking about. He is Craig Hoffman of Team 980 in DC. He covers the WNBA. He knows all about Caitlin Clark and follows the league. He is the host of the YouTube channel Hoffman Woman Sports on YouTube. So let me ask you, what is the most out of bounds take you've seen on Caitlin Clark? And there's a lot of them.
I try to block them out. Like you said, it's just a bunch of people being opportunistic, and I try to be I try to model the behavior that I want to see. My whole thing is like we treat women's sports like sports. And so I try to just not engage with the absolute worst takes. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that happened last year after. Probably the worst and like most dangerous stuff was with Kennedy Carter last year. She committed that flagrant foul on Caitlin, which was a bad foul, but like that's a thing that happens in basketball. And then here in DC, someone confronted her outside of the team hotel, and you're like, that is so like just brazenly out of pocket, like physically endangering someone. So yeah, that's probably the worst that it's gotten. But like you said, it's just a bunch of people trying to be opportunistic about putting their takes that they already have about the world onto these two women. If you're talking about Clark and Reese, and it's not great. It's not great.
Yeah, and those types of things don't happen in the NBA. Like, hard fouls happen all the time, but you don't see fans confronting players after the game about it, or the internet losing its mind when, X player takes a hard foul. Like, that's just part of the game, and for whatever reason, we have not embraced that yet in the WNBA. Do you think we'll get to a point, Craig, where those types of things are not going to be massive deals? Like the other day with the Caitlin Clark foul on Angel Reese, that was just a basketball play, but it turns into a political argument. Like, when will we get to the point where that is literally just a basketball play and something that happened on the court?
Kate, it depends on who the we is. Like, I hate to say it, but I'm there. I've been there. And I think a lot of folks who have been following the league, covering the league, enjoying the league as fans for a long time have been there. And I think part of it is on us to just go, like, not anticipate the reaction so much. Unfortunately, so like the internet thing that happened the other day was Clark commits the foul on Reese, and everyone goes, "Oh, the First Take producers are jumping for joy right now." And the problem is then that the First Take producers were actually jumping for joy. Their show the next day, the very few clips that I saw of it, because I'm certainly not watching it, but the few clips that I saw were just unbearably terrible. And you're just like, what are we doing? Like, what? If I'm Shanae, if I'm Andrea, and I'm getting that call from the First Take producer, like, that's going straight to voicemail. No thanks. But they're also paid by ESPN to be a part of a show that is a very, very expensive show for ESPN. And Stephen A. and the rest of the folks on that show are going to say what they're going to say. And then and that's just like the sports talk element of it. Nevertheless, the political, angle to it that folks are taking and whatever. And I don't know what the right solution is. Like, I mean, if we wanted to get really far away from, this core topic, like, this is a problem on things much larger than sports, of not listening to the loudest carnival barkers on the planet on all of the things and learning to ignore. It's one of the great banes of social media. Now I sound like an old man, but it's like, you have someone arguing with a scientist, and on social media, the scientists tweet about science, and the person screaming at them are the same thing. And so it's a hard societal issue that we collectively have to solve, that it absolutely applies to this. But I think within the sport, what I try to do, and certainly what I think those of us who cover the sport on the regular should be doing, is treating it like sports, not blowing things out of proportion, not anticipating feedback, and don't engage with bad actors. If they're not here for the sport, then that's fine. They can be left behind, because they're going to move on to the next thing that gets them outraged in 5 minutes anyway.
I think it is tricky, though, because Caitlin Clark is such a behemoth in the way that she is impacting not only women's basketball, but like women's sports. She is such a huge figurehead, and somebody who is, breaking the glass ceiling for, athletes, female athletes as celebrities, and somebody who is known truly for her game. So when we bring up her, it just feels like there's so many other ramifications. And I do want to ask you about, the basketball impact of, Caitlin Clark missing a couple weeks. But before I ask you that, I have to ask about the WNBA as a whole. Do you think the league can still keep their ratings up without Caitlin Clark in the next couple weeks?
Yeah, there's no doubt that they can. It's not going to be as high, and like any of the games that she would be involved in, some of the primetime games, et cetera. Like the Fever, I mean, I'm bummed here in DC, where I'm based, because the Fever and Mystics are supposed to play twice, including a game in Baltimore that they moved to a bigger arena. Capital One Arena is under construction this summer, where the Wizards play, and typically they move Mystics games a couple times this season to that. They actually set the biggest record, or the record for biggest WNBA crowd ever, final game of the regular season last year, with over 19,000, and they have to move it to Baltimore this year. And now she's out for that game. Like, what's the attendance going to be like? I feel bad for the Mystics ticket reps who are probably fielding calls today being like, hey, I don't want to go to Baltimore anymore. Can I get a refund? So like, there's no doubt it's going to take a hit. But I also think it's worth looking back at the college basketball season. Caitlin leaves a positive trail in her wake. They had more games. I think it was 500,000 viewers was the number. I'm forgetting the stat. But they had more games. Let's say that's the number. That's the threshold. More games of 500,000 viewers this season than they did last season with her. So while there are bad actors and all the people we've been talking about that are brought in by her, there's also genuine basketball fans who come to see her and then realize while they're watching, oh, these other ladies are awesome too. Like, this is a fun sport. This is a great version of basketball. And especially in the W, like, college is one thing where there's the college, like, pride in your school and all that kind of thing. But in the W, like, these are the 156 with the Valkyries coming in this year, 156 best women's basketball players in the world. And that's going to create really good basketball. And so if you like basketball and maybe you watch initially for Clark, you might find some other folks that you like to watch too. And by the way, that Fever team without her, well, obviously she's tremendous. Kelsey Mitchell's amazing. Aaliyah Boston's outstanding. Like, they have a really, really good players on that team. They play a fun style. So I think that they're, from a viewership impact, like, it's not like you're going to go back to 2001 when Caitlin is out these next couple of weeks. The numbers will dip slightly, but I think a lot of people are in on the W, and that's not going to change just because Caitlin Clark is out for 2 weeks.
Craig, what about Caitlin Clark's MVP shot? I mean, she was the odds leader for MVP just a couple of games ago. Nafisa Collier right now has the shortest odds, and she's been having an absolute unbelievable start to the year. But just what will this 2-week hiatus for Clark, and potentially, I mean, if she strains that hamstring even more, or does something later in the year, like, will that have a major impact on her ability to potentially win MVP this year?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the season is still fairly short in the W. It's, I think, 44 games this season. So if you miss, 5-6 games, like that's a nice chunk of the season. Now, there's nothing that says that Fee or Brianna Stewart or whoever else might not miss a couple games later. And it's so early in the season that if Caitlin finishes strong, I still think that she has a really great chance at it. So if her odds drop and then you want to throw down some money now, thinking she's going to come back, be fine, and you're going to, get a better return on your investment, that's good. I think the bigger problem for Caitlin's MVP odds is Nafisa Collier has been an absolute killer this year. She's coming off Unrivaled, where she was obviously incredible and one of the co-founders of that league. And she was awesome last year, and she just got better this offseason. And she's just found her comfort. She is, I mean, it's points, it's rebounds, it's defensively. She's the best two-way player probably in the game right now, with all due respect to Stewie. I mean, Asia Wilson's obviously got something to say about that as well, with how great she is defensively. But I think Fee's versatility has her in that conversation with Asia. And the gap between Asia and everybody else last year was I mean, with all due respect to Stewie and Fee, who were awesome, was so wide. The fact that Fee's been able to close that down in a single offseason is pretty remarkable. And so I think for Caitlin's MVP odds, the injury obviously hurts. Nafisa Collier being the best player on the planet for the last couple of weeks, and it not being particularly close is the bigger issue for her, for your CC MVP bet.
Yeah. Right. And I was thinking maybe it's a good buy low spot for taking the Fever overall. You can get them over at BetMGM. I know the odds on the screen are not necessarily super recent, but what I'm looking at is the Fever. You can get them 13-1 to win it all. And I understand that, there are other really great teams, but the Fever feel much improved this year with, all the other players around Caitlin Clark. So even if she's out, is this the time to buy low? Do the Fever have a chance at that price of 13-1?
Yeah, they definitely have a chance. I've been very, very impressed with what they've done this season. I mean, you have some of the big name acquisitions, like Dewana Bonner is one of the all-time WNBA great players who's, on the back nine of her career, but still gives you something. Natasha Howard's been really good for them. But I think the biggest thing that I've noticed this year is the two-player game between Clark and Aaliyah Boston has just been, like, it's on a whole different level than it was last year. It seems like Aaliyah spent a lot of time this offseason knowing, okay, these are the spots I need to be in. These are the ways I need to play to take the best advantage of Caitlin. And the thing about Caitlin is, like, her scoring is obviously tremendous. Her signature logo threes, all that kind of stuff. The thing that is, like, I'll just say it, I think she's the best passer I've ever seen in basketball. Like the way, and I'm talking men, women, like I'm not old enough to have seen Magic Johnson in his prime. I've seen a ton of highlights. Like, he's great. LeBron's a great passer. Steve Nash, Jason Kidd, like, go through your list. It's not to say that, like, those guys all of a sudden stink and Caitlin's unlocked some new level, but, like, I just think the consistency with which she finds angles and how she sets her teammates up, I've never seen anything like it. Her passing is ridiculous. And so seeing her and Aaliyah Boston play off each other much more successfully this year in the early going, knowing that's theoretically going to get better, assuming, Caitlin comes back healthy and the chemistry continues to grow throughout the year, that's really dangerous. And, you have the role players like Lexi Hull, who's playing really well and playing the best basketball of her career. So that 13-1 for Indiana, like, I would take a flyer on that if I'm looking to find a buy low. The W, the Liberty look great. They obviously just played a heck of a game last weekend. So there are other great teams out there. I think there's kind of a big four, although with the Aces playing not very good ball to start the year, maybe it's just Minnesota, New York, and Indiana in a class on their own. But we're not going to know that until July when Caitlin is back and these teams have had a little bit of time to tinker with their rotations and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, but again, the Liberty are plus 140 and the Fever are 13-1. So sometimes price matters when it comes to betting. So maybe it's worth a sprinkle at 13-1. Great stuff today. Great nuanced and logical talk from Craig Hoffman of Team 980 in DC. You can find him on his YouTube channel, Hoffman Woman Sports, of course, on YouTube. Craig, thank you for the insight today. We really appreciate it.
Good to see both of you, and have a great rest of your show.
Yeah, thanks. All right. So we did it. We talked about Caitlin Clark without losing our minds. Maybe the rest of the media can take notes. All right. So we've saved our best for last here on the show. We will bring you our best bets in mere moments here on the Daily Tip. That's next segment as we land the plane. Stick with us.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back. Time to land the plane. It's the final segment here on the Daily Tip on a Tuesday. It's May 27th. I'm Chelsea Messenger. She is Kate Constable. If you want to stick with us here on the network. Coming up next, it's Bet Sweats. Joe and Sammy P react to last night's playoff games and get you ready for the week ahead with their best bets. And they'll have Pete Jensen to talk NHL playoffs at 10 a.m. So mark it on your to-do list today if you want to stick with us here on the BetMGM network. So in a few mere moments, we'll give you our best bets of the night. So Kate, normally I do like one or two. I am not somebody who likes putting a ton of things on the card, but how about you? Are you somebody who peppers the slate, or do you try to keep it nice and tight?
No, I try to keep it nice and tight, Chelsea. I used to be someone, and NFL, I probably pepper a little bit more just because, like, an NFL Sunday, you got so many games, you got so many options, you got to get a lot of action in. But, like, for the game tonight, I'll probably have 3 total bets on the Knicks-Pacers game tonight and just call that a day, call it enough. Mm-hmm. I only had 1 bet on the Timberwolves game last night. So It depends on the situation. It depends on the lines, the numbers, all of that good stuff. But I have found, as I've gotten more seasoned in betting, is that the smaller volume is typically a little bit more manageable, and you profit a little bit better when you don't overexpose yourself. So I'm going to go just a small card today and see if we can make a little money.
Yeah, I think I'm the same way, because I feel like if you have a really strong opinion on something, just go with that. There is no reason to water down your favorite bets by playing a bunch of bets that maybe you're just throwing darts at a dartboard. Like, I do think that if you feel strongly about several bets, you play that. Like, it's not a specific number for me. It just kind of depends on the daily card. So that's kind of how I play it each and every day. But I do tend to lean towards more smaller cards for me. And that's what I'm doing today. All right, so let's do it. Let's give the people what they want and tell them who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Kate, since you are guest hosting, you get to bat lead off, my friend. What is your favorite play of the day?
All right, favorite play of the day, Knicks Pacers. I'm going Josh Hart over his rebound prop. It's sitting at 8.5. It's gone up a little bit throughout this series, but minus 105 to the over, and I think that hits tonight. I don't care that Josh Hart is likely going to be coming off the bench again like he did in Game 3. He still played 34 minutes, and all I care about is that he is on the court for 30-plus minutes in order to hit this prop. He's averaging 17 rebound chances per game, finished with at least 8 in every game this series. So Josh Hart over 8.5 boards tonight is my favorite play in Pacers Knicks.
Ooh, I'm going to play that personally, but with a little spin on it. I told you my same game parlay. I think I'm going to do Karl Anthony Towns, 20-plus points, Josh Hart, 7-plus rebounds. You can get that for even money, but that's just my for funsies play. I am going to do my official best bets in Major League Baseball, because y'all know I bet a ton of baseball. So that's going to be the case today. And I am banking on my dude, Nathan Eovaldi, to have another great game. If you don't know, Nathan Eovaldi has been putting up incredible numbers for the Texas Rangers, has an ERA under 2. But here's the thing. I was thinking to myself, oh, you can get the Rangers for minus 150 behind somebody who's one of the best candidates for Cy Young. Well, the thing is, the Rangers have not been giving my dude, Nathan Eovaldi, much run support. Like, we even saw it against the Yankees. He goes out there and pitches 6 innings and only gives up 1 run, and the Rangers lose 1-0. So instead of playing the Rangers here, I'm going to go with an under. And the Rangers have been one of the best under teams in all of baseball this season. 37, 17, and 1 to the under this season, and especially at home, where they're 22-6 to the under. But I'm going to play it a little differently. If you want to play the full game under, that's fine too. But the way I'm going to play it is first 7 innings under 6.5 runs for minus 135. This way I don't really have to trust the bullpen as much. And that could be a problem because the Rangers statistically do not have a good bullpen. So I'm banking on Nathan Eovaldi to go a little past 5 innings. This is a bet that you make when you believe the starter can go past 5. And I think that's the case for Nathan Eovaldi because we've seen it in each of the last 3 starts. He's gone 5+ innings in all of those starts, and it's only allowed 1 earned run over his last 3 starts. So the Blue Jays are on paper a pretty easy matchup for opposing pitchers. I think Nathan Eovaldi rolls in this one. Bowden Francis does not have good numbers, but again, the Rangers offense has been very pedestrian. So first 7 innings under 6.5 runs for -135 between the Rangers and the Blue Jays. So Kate, we've heard your official best bet. Do you have any leans for us today? Maybe not official plays or official plays that you like?
Yeah, I like the Knicks tonight. I think they even this series, and I think the total is correlated to whoever you think is going to win. So if you like the Knicks, like I do, I think you're seeing or hoping for a lower scoring game. You think New York would try and lower the pace, slow the pace a little bit, and not allow the Pacers to get out in transition quite as much as maybe they want to. So I like the under here, like the Knicks. I think those two are correlated, like I said. And then Karl-Anthony Towns rebounds. I mean, I know I'm going heavy in on the Knicks right now with Josh Hart rebounds and Cat rebounds, but those are the two of the best rebounders on the Knicks team, and they've been putting up massive numbers, massive rebound chances. So those are my Knicks heavy, I guess, bets for today is Cat rebounds, Hart rebounds, Knicks to win outright, and the under 220.5.
Yeah, didn't you say that out of every player that's still around in the NBA playoffs that Karl-Anthony Towns has had the most rebounding chances?
Yep, he's leading the conference finals.
Entire
all
postseason.
Yep. And Josh Hart is second. So those top two, and Josh Hart, he's had double digit. I said I thought he had at least 8 in every game. He only had 6 in game 2, but 13 in game 1, 10 in game 3, had 11 in a game against Boston. So like he's always going to be someone who is, whether or not he's scoring a ton, he's still going to be very active, and especially on the boards.
Well, especially because I feel like he impacts the game a lot. Like he's one of those hustle players that even if he doesn't start, like he is still going to make his contributions. And he's somebody that gets his way into the game, not just because of the scoring, but because of the other ways that he can impact the game. Going back to the Pacers and the Knicks and just the overall outcome of that game, the trend that we've been talking about all day long is that the underdog has won outright in every single game of this series. So usually you would say, okay, home court advantage matters. But we've seen the Pacers win both games on the road. And now it feels like the next turn where they won the first game in Indiana. Maybe that's the case again today. I'll take the 2.5 points because I think that if this one's close, like maybe the Knicks don't close it out. But I do think it's going to be a close game. And I do think the Knicks finally can take advantage of those matchup nightmares that they present to the Pacers with some of their bigger guards and bigger personnel. So I do like the Knicks today, getting the 2.5, but we shall see. All right, so Jenks is out. So that means no Donkster for us today. But we do have Sammy P joining us. I'm not sure if he's at the computer yet. I do not see him. Maybe he's getting prepped for the show. But Kate, what's on the docket for you today? Do you get a nap in? Are you doing some other things? You're still in Minnesota. Are you coming back to Chicago today?
Yeah, I have a 12:30 flight back. So I think I'm going to power nap for an hour. We sleep from 8 to 9, wake up, have some coffee with mom, leave for the airport around 10:15, back in Chicago by, 1:30-ish. Go back, take another nap, and then get up for the game tonight. That's the plan. I mean, it's scheduled. 2 naps and a basketball game this evening.
Sounds nice to me. Other than maybe the flight. I don't want to go to the airport. But it's wild to me how you can turn it on and off. It takes me a couple hours to like wind down from the show. I feel like my adrenaline's still kind of going, so I can't just like lay down and take a nap and close my eyes immediately. But props to you because it feels like you do that all the time. All right, now it looks like Sammy P's here with us. So coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's Sammy P, it's Joe O. So let me ask you about this Pacers next series. It feels like the more entertaining, obviously, of the two, Western and Eastern Conference Finals. but the underdogs won every single game in this series. Do you think that's a trend that continues?
I don't know. I don't know what to make of that series. I had Indiana winning it before, and then you thought the Knicks would take at least one at home, and then going in Indiana, you thought, well, they'll take at least one, and now I don't know what the hell is going to happen. I do think we're going every bit of 7.
I hope so.
We're gonna get the
great
distance.
series.
I think. Yeah, I know. Sorry, I was late. By the way, I was putting my face on. You know how it is.
You look beautiful.
We understand.
You look
Thank
beautiful.
you.
Yeah, really glowing. Are the Thunder on a crash course to win the title?
I laid 8.
Like the best.
Yeah, I laid 8 overnight. It opened up 8, pow, right away to 8.5. I feel like that was Minnesota's best shot. And I think we could see a blowout on Wednesday. I know that a lot of people are going to take the Wolves. It's a lot of points. It's a must-win game. Be careful.
Do you think the best games of the postseason are behind us? Like, that's my worry. Now that the Thunder seem to be like fully charged and they're just so dominant, like, I just hope for good games because I don't have a team in the fight. I love what we've seen in the Eastern Conference. Do you think all the best games are behind us, or do you think we have some thrillers still left in the tank?
I think you nailed it. The best round was probably the second round when we had all the upsets. You had Boston going down. You had Cleveland going down. OKC, ladies, is just so much better than these other 3 teams, and they're going to walk to a title. But can't wait to poke holes in that all summer. Oh, it's a fluky title. Everybody was hurt, but that's what it is.
Yeah,
I mean,
it feels like that's
the
the case every year, though.
They're healthy.
Like, there's always an excuse.
Yeah, it's going to be a blowout, I think, in the finals, like 5 games.
I could see that happening. Whether it's Pacers or Knicks, I think the Thunder just rolls over either of those 2 teams.
We got 30 seconds. Let me ask you this. Do you think Anthony Edwards is ever going to be the true face of the NBA? Because it feels like we want him to be every single year. I know he's young. Is it ever going to happen?
Yeah, he's definitely on the Mount Rushmore. I'd say in the 2026 Mount Rushmore, he'd be one of the first 4 guys. One of the only 4 guys, actually. There's only 4. Only 4.
If we get our historical, figures right, Mount Rushmore only has 4 faces. Anthony Edwards could be one of them. Joe O and Sammy P, 2 of the faces on Bet Sweats next on the BetMGM network. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. in the East. Have a fantastic day. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Padianovich with you. No highlights. What's up, guys? How you feeling? Sam, how was your Memorial Day weekend?
I almost called in sick this morning. Although I'm not sick. I feel fine. I was getting back on a ferry to get on a bus to get back to Boston last night, and I thought to myself, if I was retired right now, it'd be so great. never have to do anything again. But we have many more bet sweats to knock out before that ever happens.
Had the same thought last night after having like 5 heart attacks. We go to extra innings in the championship game, then another extra inning, then another extra inning. I'm like, I'm calling off tomorrow. It was a tough time sleeping, but it's like you feel something. Like, I think my throat's fine, but I was worried. I'm like, oh crap! When I woke up, I think I lost my voice, but voice is there. There was a lot of yelling over the weekend, but good weekend overall. Where was that drink that you posted? And I caught up later. I saw your text referencing something. I didn't know what you were talking about, and then I saw the tweet of the drink. What was that? Where was that?
That is on Martha's Vineyard. It's called a Dirty Banana. It's essentially a mudslide with banana vibes. So they throw a banana in there. They call it a Dirty Banana. And I think they're like $8. You can't have a lot, though, because there's ice cream in them. It's basically the ice cream, Kahlua, rum, vodka, banana liqueur, and a banana. It's outstanding. But if you drink 5 of them, you look like Suzanne Summers. So you got to really take it easy. You know what I'm saying?
Suzanne Summers.
Yeah. Well, you can't, because then you bloat if you have 5 ice cream cocktails.
But she had, I think she's no longer with us. She had, what was that thing she was selling? That where she would squeeze her legs together? That little red contraption? It would show up on the commercials?
The Thigh Master.
The Thigh Master.
Right. You'd need the Thigh Master all week after the ice cream cocktail.
a lot of Thigh Master reps after the Dirty Bananas. There were Gertz references about, I think, his name in college or whatever. But yeah, that's good stuff.
It's never a bad thing. It's never a bad thing to breathe in that coastal elite air. Feels so good. I was only there for 24 hours, and that's enough. Honestly, there's too many Ukraine flags for me floating around. We'll talk about it later.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I was not expecting that to be the next sentence.
There's a lot of that floating around Martha's Vineyard.
Really? Okay. Yeah, it's a place you always hear about. Don't know quite what's there, but maybe you'll fill in some of the details later on. So NBA playoffs continue. Like most people are on break, extended weekend, all that stuff. But it did not stop in the NBA and the NHL. NBA last night, best game of the series. Not even close. 128-126. The Thunder, hang on. They win this one on the road, have a commanding 3-1 series lead. Once again, SGA shows why exactly he's the MVP. Jalen Williams, it's like a repeat of a lot of the same storylines in this series, Sam. It's like, okay, J-Dub, much better than the Denver series. He had a big game. SGA, you see why he's the MVP. Minnesota, way too many turnovers. A lot of common threads here throughout these 4 games.
And a common thread also, where's the room? We weren't on the air yesterday, but I know Jim and Kate filled in. The props go 1-4 again. Where's the room? The only one that hit was Naz Reid under 6.5 boards at -135. He had 6. Everything else lost. Doris Burke was saying a lot of what we were saying about SGA. I felt like I was rewatching or re-listening to the Wednesday episode of Bet Sweats when we talked about Shea and his ability to just play within control and always calm. They never look panicked or rushed. And she said what we said. Every time he lets a ball go from mid-range, you think it's going in. And I'm like, we could do this. Yeah. We could call the Western Conference Finals. I heard more of the Cousins stuff last night, which yes, we know they're still cousins. They did the pregame thing again, and then, the cousin on cousin action is picking up. Mike Breen is like...
ESPN is so stupid.
No, you know who Mike Breen is? He's Richie from The Bear. Cousin! That's Mike Breen.
Oh, yeah.
Cousin. Everything is cousin.
Can't wait to go to it. Yes.
We were one of the only shows and only platforms that was talking about this being a quick series. Because a lot of people were looking at Minnesota and looking at, they got through the Lakers, they got through the Warriors, but, Oklahoma City's a different monster. And Oklahoma City just got tested by a champion. Just got pushed to the brink by Jokic and Murray and all those guys. This is a much better basketball team. And if you look at the number for Game 5, it tells me at least potential blowout for the Thunder.
That's the side I'm going to be on. I could say right now that I'm going to be on that side. Minnesota at home, and we talk about this throughout the playoffs. We'll discuss it later on with New York and Indiana today. Role players, need them to step up at home. They got that last night from a number of role players. If I told you, okay, Edwards is not going to be very impactful. He's going to miss 6 of his 7 threes. He's going to score fewer than 20 points. And Randall's going to be a bum. He's going to have 5 points and 5 turnovers. As many turnovers as points in the game, and it ain't much. So you're getting nothing pretty much for Edwards standards, and you're getting nothing from Randall. You would think blowout. You'd think, you put everything on OKC. Minnesota just barely covers by a point, does not win, but it's a close game. Total flies over. You got a few different role players stepping up. The cousin is one. DiVincenzo's another. McDaniel's another. Like, you got 3 of these dudes with 20 plus, and you still don't win at home. They blew it. That was their one chance. Series is over now.
Edwards was not good. This was a gotta-have-it game, and he didn't have it. 5 of 13, 1 of 7 from the line, from the three-point line, and then 5 of 7 at the free-throw line. Just didn't get involved. And there was one point in that second quarter, Minnesota shooting 60% from the floor. And the broadcasters go, they're losing at home. How are you shooting 60% from the floor and not in front? High-scoring game, too. I mean, good Lord. Flew over the total. Over 250 points in the game, which was much higher than the total. The books were crying poor, too. Not that they cry poor, but favorite wins, dog covers. Because they got middled on the game, right? The favorite wins the game, but the dog covers +3. So favorite by 2, that's the worst-case scenario on the side of the point spread. And then that was a big over game. Public was betting the over. Sharps were hammering the under. Public had the over, and these teams couldn't miss. But Anthony Edwards has to be better. Chelsea asked during crosstalk, is he one of the best players? I think on the surface we want to say yes, but you got to win games like this to take that next step. You have to.
Yeah, it's like, top 5, top 10, those are very different conversations right now. And speaking of the NBA, we'll get to our preview of the Knicks and Pacers coming up, but we can quickly mention the Knicks stay alive. They avoid that dreaded 0-3 hole, and it was Cat late in the game, 20 of 24 points the other night. Another Knicks 20-point comeback. We've seen a lot of that in these playoffs, and it happened again. Knicks down by 20 on the road, and they find enough to stay alive in this series. We're going to get to Game 4 coming up. But, the Knicks stay alive there.
They did. I don't know. I don't know that a team has ever taken control from down 20 twice and then also done it again the next round. That's three times now.
3 times.
Where they've erased a 20-point lead. I don't know if that's happened in the annals of NBA postseason history, but it's remarkable. They keep fighting, and it starts with Brunson and trickles down. I have no idea what to do tonight. Indiana open 2. It's sort of sitting 2 at most places still. There's a 2.5 at MGM. Total's been coming down a little bit this morning. I will wait for where's the room. I didn't wake up this morning and think, I got to bet the Eastern game. We have Pacers to win the series. Feel good about that at 2-1 right now. Could be 3-1 tonight. I know I'll bet OKC tomorrow, but I don't have any real strong thought on Game 4 in the East.
All right, we'll get to that coming up. And speaking of just staying alive, Carolina does last night in the NHL. All right, they've avoided the sweep. Congratulations, guys. Good luck with the rest. It was Carolina winning 3-0, so it's a 3-1 series, big edge there for Florida. And the other day we got Edmonton just smoking the Stars, man. 6-1 your final. The Oils take a 2-1 series advantage.
I will be on the dog tonight. As much as I hate it, I will bet against Connor McDavid again because it's such a good idea to bet against the best player in hockey again. Guys beat me a lot in the playoffs. I don't know how many LA Kings bets I've lost over the last 4 postseasons. Kings money line, Kings plus 1.5 going up against McDavid. They're elite. They're elite offensively, and it's overriding their deficiencies on defense. And their goalie is Jekyll and Hyde. Sometimes he's great, other times he's awful. He's been on the great side of the fence for the last week or so. Dangerous team. Doesn't it look like McDavid just wants another crack at Florida? That's the vibe that you get when you watch. He's skating for a chance to get back and meet Florida in another Cup final.
They are just on a roll now. You know, they had that slow start in the playoffs. The record is ridiculous. They start 0-2, right? And then ever since, 0-2, they're down to LA, and then boom, 4 in a row there. Take the first 2 against Vegas. That ends up being a 5-game series. They lose the first one to Dallas. They've won the last 2. They are on fire right now. This was certainly a big story, not yesterday, but going into the weekend, which I think we should revisit because it's been a little bit since we've been here. You were all over it with Acuna. Here's the return. Here we go. If you're interested in Braves futures, there's an 18. Don't know how long that's going to last. And then the biggest story in baseball over the weekend was the return of Ronald Acuna. Homer on Friday, homer on Saturday against San Diego.
I have about $3,000 in Brave stock that I purchased over the weekend. I hit a couple different places. You can still get 18-1 at MGM. The lowest number is 12-1. There's 12, 14, 16, 16, 18. Actually, there's a 19 right now too, but I bet the MGM 18, they gave me a little bit more money than the other place would give me. But yeah, I'm about 3,000 to win about 50. That's where I'm at now on the Braves. So I just added a little bit more. Acuna homered, like you said, on Friday, which we talked about. Like, what if he has a big weekend? People are going to get excited. There's a Vegas book dealing 14. That's the low end in Vegas. But across the country, 12, 14, 16, 16, 18, 19. I'm in. I don't think anybody wants to see them in the playoffs. And I don't care. They don't need to win the division. They just got to get in with that lineup.
They did lose 2 of 3 over the weekend to San Diego, but the return of Acuna, a lot of excitement there. Frankly, Sam, I'm surprised because we talked about that 18. I'm surprised that I see a 19 right now, but it is available. They go to Philly starting today, then Boston, Arizona, San Francisco. It's a bit of a tough patch coming up, so you need to figure out, okay, is now the time to strike? Do I wait a little bit, maybe see what happens in this Philly series? But mid-June, a lot of easy games. They've got Colorado, Miami, the Angels before the 4th of July. So a few easy series there. I think you're right, though, to jump in on them, and it's just figuring out the timing. Is this the entry period? You didn't waste any time, and I certainly understand why.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Would you rather have stock in this team at 15 or Atlanta at 19? The Chicago Cubs are 15-1 to win the World Series.
Oh, Atlanta. Yeah.
It's not even close.
Come on.
Not even close.
And it's because of their offense, they've covered up the issues with the rotation and the injuries that they've dealt with, but they still are going to have to do something. And how much are the Cubs going to go all in? We know the Braves are going to go in. They do it every single year, and they're going to do enough here to prove that they are worthy of it. 25-27, that's probably not something that should scare you off. Around Memorial Day, this is when you have these big picture conversations, and we'll continue to do it the rest of the day here on Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P, on a Tuesday morning. Welcome back from Memorial Day weekend. We're going to talk about the Knicks and the Pacers' best bets this evening right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Eastern Conference Finals picks back up this evening. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We might as well address it now. We were talking about it during the break, about how frustrated you guys are, and justifiably so, with Cags. What did he do over the weekend? A lot happening. Some people may have missed it. The guy that's still the star player of the Royals organization that is not playing at the professional level. He's playing in the minor league level still.
They called him up to AAA from AA. He was raking in AA. They move him to AAA, which we alluded to is not the move if you're trying to challenge him, because AAA pitching is not as good as AA pitching. You might not think that, but it's definitely true. The stuff is better. The prospects are better in AA. He's going to go to AAA and dominate. All he did in his first 4 AAA games is homer 5 times. 5. And these are not wall scrapers. These balls are leaving the stadium. He's hitting the ball so hard. It's unbelievable what he's done in the minors. And the Royals are still keeping him, in this little cocoon. The report is they want to meet the Super 2 deadline, which is a down-the-road issue. He's going to leave before then anyways, but that's a different conversation for a different day. Nobody can get him out in the minors, and the Royals cannot hit. What's 2 plus 2, Joe? It's 4, right? What the hell is going on?
Well, the last one was 459 feet. Jesus.
He is clobbering the ball. And, Jake and I are texting on the side because we have a lot of CAG stock. Here's a tweet from Jack Johnson, who I recently followed. I don't follow a lot of Royals people, but I am. Jack Caglione's AAA debut with the Omaha Storm Chasers was on Tuesday. He is now 4th on the team in home runs. This is a tweet from 2 days ago. So he's going to lead the league in homers if he stays another week.
Are we too late? They're going to take this to June. They're going to take it to June. Missing 2 full months of the season. Is it going to be too late? Is there just going to be only so much he can do in limited time compared to everybody else?
Jacob Wilson is your odds-on favorite now. He's about minus 170 or so. I don't know that it's going to be impossible to catch him. The problem is they probably call him up and then he hits that struggle. Then he starts struggling. And then you're like, great. I went back. I couldn't remember because I was there when they called up Bryant. I thought it was May. I don't know why I thought it was so late. Cubs called Bryant up April 17th, 2015. So they just met that first deadline, right? The Barry Rosner deadline, the 7 is greater than 6. You understood it. Because if you call them up, I think after April 15th, you had the extra year of control. That I understand. The Royals are already there and have been there. But I went back and I thought, wait, didn't Bryant get called up in May and win the award? No, I was wrong. He got called up April 17th. That is much earlier than we're going to see Jack Cags. But I don't know why in this AL Central that is very winnable and a pennant that is, if you look past the Yankees, pretty wide open. I don't understand why they don't call this kid up and get him going right now so that he could potentially help them hit their way to the playoffs. They can't score. Cannot score. And they're letting maybe their best hitter in the organization outside of Bobby Witt toil and dominate in the minors right now.
You can still get Cags at 40-1 if you're looking for value. Like, this number has not moved pretty much all year. You guys got a good number in the preseason, better than that, and we've been waiting for, as the days are off the calendar, you expect that number to jump, but it's not because of the buzz that he's creating, as many homers as he's hitting. Michael Harris, 2022 for the Braves, NL Rookie of the Year. Every race is different, but it's worth bringing up because his first game with the Braves was May 28th. May 28th is tomorrow. Okay? So he was considered a late call-up May 28th, and then he goes on and he wins the Rookie of the Year in 2022. Maybe that's a comp right about now, but you need him up in the next week. If it's a couple more weeks, you just might run out of time. Just might be too much. Like what is that number if he's called up in 5 days? Because I see a book dealing of 15.
I would guess, well, the 15 doesn't really change that much. I don't know that maybe they moved to 10. Maybe. I mean, you'd move it somewhere.
What's the 40s?
The 40 could go to 25 instantaneously. Yes. Let me just read you his minor league stats in 2025. He's hitting .326, slugging over 600, and the OPS is almost 1,000. 14 homers and 53 RBIs with 20 walks. He's a monster. And I'm not even talking about his frame. He's a monster there too. He's 6'5", 250. When he hits a sweet spot, pow!
Good call, Jake. Jake brings up Yordan Alvarez, that he was called up very late in 2019. Now, I do remember at the start of that year, there weren't odds anywhere on Yordan Alvarez to be the rookie of the year. Then he got a late call-up. So, yeah, his first game was June 9th. But you're going to have to make an impact immediately and just go off as soon as you come up. So we're right around that time where it's going to be close. Okay, yeah, June 9th, Alvarez hit 27 homers. You'd have to do something like that, too. If it's a late call-up, you have to do so much more than everybody else. So, yeah, you guys still frustrated, and I certainly understand why, about Cags sitting in AAA. It's at a point where you can't do this much longer. We're just about there. You would think it happens in the next week. Joe O, Sammy P, BetSweats, BetMGM Network. All right, Game 4. It's tonight in the Eastern Conference Finals. You got the Pacers hosting the Knicks. Knicks stay alive, 20-point comeback. Big game from Cat in that fourth quarter. The Pacers are a 2.5-point home favorite. The total 220.5. This opened 222, been bet down. This is the lowest total that we've seen in the series. Last game, it was 224.
I'll be betting the proper 2, not to punt and kick the can. I mean, we have Pacers already. I have plus 140 to win the series. They're a 2-point favorite at home. It's an essential coin flip game. Mm-hmm. If they win this, I will feel very, very good about my Pacers bet. And, you know, there's probably a part of me that would take a small morsel of Knicks to win series if Indiana wins tonight. That's sort of the game plan right now. Get the Pacers home, cross your fingers, maybe your toes, that the Pacers win tonight, go up 3-1, and then I'll bet a little bit on the Knicks to win the series, and I'll be good, right? I'll be free-rolling the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm not laying 2.5. Don't necessarily want to take the points either. So it's a stay away from me on the side. I get the move under on the total. Pass from me there. I'll fade the room for sure. I just want an Indiana win. But if they win by 1 and you lay 2.5, you know, you're just, I don't know. I don't feel like I have any edge, side or total, on this game. How about you?
Emergency podcast?
Are we getting one every game now? I saw we got one over the weekend.
I don't know.
You didn't see the Game 3 podcast? No?
There was a Game 3? I know there was one last night, I think. It's so funny because he's whispering. He's trying not to wake up the young one. It's hilarious.
I took a screenshot of it. It was actually here. Well, it was on our feed. It was on the BetSweats Apple podcast feed. And I was on the bus home last night trying to listen to one of our segments from last week. And I'm scrolling, and it says Pacers Knicks Game 3 reaction. Nick Kostos is back with another unfiltered reaction to the Knicks Game 3 win over the Pacers on our feed, BetSweats. So, all right,
means swearing.
We need it after every game. We better get it after every game.
Well, he was Knicks before. He was Minnesota before. So let's get it tonight after the Pacers win and go up 3-1.
Him and Magic Johnson both had a Knicks-Wolves final.
Pacers shot 20% from their threes. With that comeback, that sucked up all the storylines. Everything Knicks related. Okay, Knicks stay alive, 20-point comeback. Look at what Cat does at the very end. Everything was about the Knicks. What people were failing to mention is the failures on the other side. That Halliburton is the leading scorer with 20. That is unlike him. For them at home to be shooting 20%, 5 for 25 on their threes, unlike them. I'm not expecting a performance like that. And you're going to see some of the, as Shaq would call them, others step up. Now, how serious is this Neesmith injury? He's been very impactful throughout the playoffs for the Pacers. He did make his return, so I'm assuming that he's going to be at least good to go tonight. But I do like the Pacers. Yes, we have Pacers series, and I understand your concern about this could be a tight game. You get to free throws and fouling and all that. But if I'm just, futures aside, just walking in blind, and if you don't have anything sitting on this series, yeah, I do like the Pacers -2. I think they take a 3-1 lead, and we finally get a home team to win a game in this damn series.
You will need Jalen Brunson to be the best player for the Knicks to win. Ant couldn't do it in game 4 at home. Brunson has to do it in game 4 on the road, which he can. If I was looking Knicks, which I'm not, I'd be looking toward Brunson props. This has to be the game for the Southpaw from Lincolnshire. Has to be. Terrence Shannon, that just hit. That's for tomorrow's game. Questionable. Aaron Neesmith with an ankle. Questionable to play tonight against New York.
Yeah, I think he's going to play. If you make your return in the game, you should probably be okay. But, yeah, not a lot of time to rest. We'll see where the room is at, but I like Pacers. It sounds like you like Pacers to win. You're just not going to bet it because you're a little concerned about the number, and you could see it being a one-possession game, right?
My bread's already buttered with Pacers, and I don't want to add more butter. That's basically where I'm at. Speaking of bread and butter, did you see what they did to Luka on the internet yesterday, or no?
I missed it. What did they do?
They massacred our boy, as Don Vito would say. So there's a picture of him. He's clearly in some coastal country. You could see the ocean behind him, and he's with 2 women. He's in the middle. There are women on each side. And somebody took a screenshot of that picture and commented, "Not a single crumb left on that plate, ...
Wow.
Luka's plate is bone dry. There was dinner there, and now it's sparkling clean. So the internet had a field day with Luka that, he's got these 2 beautiful women, he's eating dinner, and there's not a single crumb left on the plate.
Yeah, we're all jealous of Luka. It's working for him just fine. Luka, keep living your life. Oh, that's good.
Of course. It's still funny. That's a very funny comment. So
it is.
You had a couple things. You had Luka with the clean plate, and you had your guy LeBron carrying the purse around this weekend, the big orange purse.
That was big in your world. Was the commenter Nico Harrison?
Don't know. Playoff Mal is the account on X. Very interesting account. But Luka's smiling. He's got beauty, and then probably put down a 26-ounce porterhouse or something and just boned it. It's all gone. The bone's gone too.
Luka, man. Indiana, they are -210. Yeah, let's call it -210 at most spots for the series price. And the Superbook on OKC is dealing -5,000. Does that tell enough for you? Think Minnesota's winning 3 in a row? Yeah.
No. That one's over. Which, again, we discussed on this show. There was a lot of Minnesota to win. Look at the price, 3-1. Minnesota can push them. No, it's going to be over in 5.
Yeah. Most likely. That's where I'm looking. And what is that number for 5? Where'd they put that at? I know it was higher. We went 8.5.
The point spread? 8.5.
They're 9s already?
Right away, 8.5 overnight. I was watching it because they put it up. They put it up in the fourth quarter, and it moved from 8 to 8.5 almost right away. And I don't know that it's gonna stop before 9. It probably gets to 9 day of the game.
Yep. There's already, I see 1-9 out there. That's probably the direction that a lot of books are going to go. These 8.5s are not juiced at this point, but yeah, you're right. There's going to be a lot of love heading in that way. So makes perfect sense. And then OKC, after taking the commanding 3-1 series lead, BetMGM minus 375 to win the NBA championship. Everybody saying if it's OKC out of there, they're probably going to take down the team, whichever team it is, representing the Eastern Conference, and the betting market is in full agreement. Joe O, Sammy P. Sam says, you know what? Let's do Case of the Mondays on a Tuesday. So we'll do that next. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays. Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
Bet Sweats on a Tuesday morning. Welcome back from your Memorial Day weekend. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panianovich with you. And typically this time on Mondays, we give our case of the Mondays. But being a Tuesday, first day back from the long weekend, we decided to do case of the Mondays on a Tuesday. Sam Panianovich, anything stand out to you from over the weekend that bothered you that is worth discussing?
I'd like to read you just a headline from a SportsIllustrated.com story. This was posted on May 24th. Is Chicago Cubs star Pete Crow Armstrong the next face of baseball? Question mark.
Ooh.
That's where we're at. Lazy day, huh? He did hit a grand slam in that game. A go-ahead grand slam in the 7th inning against the lowly Reds. The Cubs have played the Rockies, the White Sox, the Reds, and the Marlins the entire month. They're just pounding bad teams, winning these games, which are essentially beer league softball matches. And PCA is playing extremely well. His MVP price is as low as 8-1 in the market. I see 8, 850, 9-1, 10-1, 12-1. I'm not there. I was on Twitter that day too. That was Saturday. The entire timeline is PCA, MVP. All our guys, all our cubby chubbies are all banging the table for PCA. But the next face of baseball, that's where we're at. Why can't we just have nice things? Why can't it be he's a great player, he's young, promising, big future? No, he has to be the MVP and the face of baseball. I hate it.
Shocking. I'm very surprised that you hate it. Understand your timeline is curated because obviously from Chicago, you follow a lot of Chicago media people. They're going to end up talking about this. Look, the other day when I hear the 12-year-old say, "Did you hear PCA might win MVP?" I'm like, okay, have we gone too far? But if you look at the numbers that win this award, the numbers are justified, man. NL MVP, he's not the favorite, not the second favorite, not the third favorite. He's top 5 with his teammate Kyle Tucker. He now has shorter odds than Kyle Tucker, which is certainly notable. Some spots have him at the same price at 12-1. BetMGM has PCA shorter, 9-1, and then Tucker 12-1. I see as low as plus 750 for PCA. But just go to WAR. Go to F-WAR, Fangraphs WAR. PCA number 1 in the National League. Better than Shohei Ohtani. 3.1. Everything that he brings to the field, that's what stands out. This guy attacks the count early and is a very high batting average at doing that on the first pitch. I don't think it's something that's sustainable. There are a lot of things he's doing with some of his chase rate where I don't think it's going to be sustainable for an entire season, but it's shocking what he's doing for the Cubs. I think the conversation is fair. When you're past the Memorial Day point and you're number 1 in a league in WAR, being top 4, top 5 in the MVP odds is fair. Like, that's how good he's been. And I know you don't like his face, but he's done everything. He's done a lot for this team, and he's showing his value. And there's another guy that the Cubs are probably going to have to pay at some point, and they're going to let walk away, right? It's going to be Kyle Tucker after this year, and in a few years down the road, it's going to be PCA.
Well, you have to pay the next face of baseball, you would think. You just have to.
Is it because it's a face you don't like? Is that the part that bothers you? Or it's a Cub, or you don't like his face?
I don't like the Cubs. Everybody knows that. If he wins the MVP, good for him. I'm in that spot now where I don't want to overreact and say he's the next face of baseball.
No,
it's
no.
ridiculous.
Like, any show I do, any interview I do, people are going to ask me, should we bet Pete Crow Armstrong for MVP? And the answer is going to be a resounding no. Like, yes, he's great. Yes, the number's deserved. But that doesn't mean I'm betting on it. And doesn't mean I'm not going to recommend doing that to anybody doing that at this point.
They have been pummeling teams, though. I have their schedule up here. 2 out of 3 against the Marlins. All 3 against the White Sox. 2 out of 3 against the Marlins again. 3 games against the Reds. They won 2 and then beat the Rockies yesterday. But here are some of these scores. They get 5 runs, 13 runs, 7 runs, 6 runs, 7 runs, 14 runs, 13 runs, 11 runs. It's a softball team right now. And we know Justin Steele's out. We know Imanaga, is on the shelf. They are hitting to circumvent the lack of starting pitching. And I pulled up, Baseball Reference. They do that projection where they do like all the playoff teams and what the odds are. And according to Baseball Reference, the Cubs have a 89% chance to win the division and a 26% chance to win the pennant. That's Baseball Reference playing that out. I don't agree with it, but apparently Baseball Reference is very high on the Cubs, giving them potentially a chance to win 106 games. That's their best projection. The worst Rockies projection, if you were wondering, is 40 and 122.
Whew. Imanaga could return. He's supposed to throw a bullpen today, and maybe we'll get a little bit of a timeline, some idea on him. So certainly not the same situation as Steele, but there is a chance that Imanaga does return. But the Cubs aren't just going to have to add in the rotation. If you're talking big picture stuff, future stuff, we're talking about the bullpen as well. But offensively, yeah, they're fine. They're fine. And it's like, how much do you want to strike right now? Is this the only year you have Tucker? How hard do you want to go? You're a general manager without a contract moving forward. How much are you going to be allowed to do? That's the question. If you are considering any future with that team, that's what you have to consider. What's Ricketts going to allow them to do? Because that's part of the equation. Ownership has to be part of it because that's who you're calling to ask if you can make a specific move come trade deadline. So it's going to be interesting, but you do have to give it up to the guy. This is a season I was not expecting. I would hear his name so much when he was in the minors, people talking about him. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, he's fine. He's going to change the game and his speed. You're seeing the impact. Like there was a time where we thought stolen bases were completely going away and you couldn't make that sort of an impact with your speed, but you see it on a regular basis, certainly with Pete Crow Armstrong. No, I'm not saying bet him for MVP. I don't see that happening. We mentioned earlier, Ohtani threw a live BP. He touched 97. Is he coming back anytime soon? Because that would change as a pitcher. That would change that betting market completely. You have to lay a price on Ohtani right now, but if we get any inkling that he's going to be pitching over the last couple months of the season, then yeah, that number is going to get more and more expensive moving forward. I guess the plan is 1 live BP per week. So they're taking their time with him. Clearly no rush on getting Ohtani into the starting rotation.
He's 2 players, though, when he starts pitching.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that is what makes it very difficult to vote in a different direction. So that was a ribbon on my case of the Tuesdays. PCA, next face of baseball. What about you?
There you go. Well, I mean, look at me. I'm sunburned because I'm on baseball fields for Memorial Day tournament all week. Let me ask you this. How do you feel about the MLB extra innings rule? Runner starts on second base. How do you feel about that? Do you like it or dislike it?
I'm indifferent. If I was covering the games, I'd like it because the games end quicker. And they don't, correct me if I'm wrong, they don't do that in the playoffs, right?
Correct.
In games that matter, we get rid of that. Okay, so I'm okay with that. I mean, I could go either way. I could have it or not have it. It doesn't change my life.
Last night, championship game, we go to a third extra inning. They say, let's go to California rules. The tournament director. Oh, if you're not aware with California rules, it's a hybrid of what Major League Baseball does. Runner on second, 1 out, every batter starts with a 1-1 count. So now,
really?
Yeah. So now you're screaming, getting them in the mindset. It's not 0-0, it's 1-1. Foul ball after pitch 1. It's 1-2 right now. What? Yeah, that's how it was decided last night. Am I bitter because we're on the losing end after all that? Yes, a little bit, but I hate California rules. Those are terrible. See, when leagues do this, whether we're talking NFL or Major League Baseball, I get the thought process, but if you're changing it back to the old way in the more important games, are you making the right decision? That's kind of my thought process on it. I do remember, was it Yankees White Sox Sunday Night Baseball years ago before they made this rule change where they went 18 innings? Because I remember waking up a Monday morning, or I was working morning drive, and it was a Sunday Night Baseball, Yankees White Sox 18. It was still going on because I had to get up so early. It was unbelievable. I think that's when they're like, enough is enough. This ruins pitching for a week. We've got to change the rule.
I think beat reporters and writers and all that, they love the rule because you don't have to sit there 0-0 in the 15th inning. David Schuster ready to jump out the press box. He's just complaining the whole time. Some great memories watching some bad White Sox teams in 2013, 14, 15. 15-inning games. A lot of fun. I can't believe they did that in your championship game.
In a championship.
That's absurd. I mean, how could it get worse? Let's load the bases. Everybody comes up with 2 strikes, and if you're righty, you got to bet lefty. Like, how could we make this even worse?
And the home team is such an advantage.
Make it more unfair to the kids. I hate that they did that in the title game.
Paul, you used to coach. I'm not being a sore loser, right? It's like, what are we doing?
That's terrible. You cannot do that in the championship game. That's no.
Yeah.
No.
It was a rough one. Rough one. Oh, well. They got there. It was a good run. Fun weekend overall. Okay, let's get back to the NBA. Harrison Sanford is going to be dropping by. Give his props. He's a Knicks fan, so I'm sure he's going to have some strong opinions on this matchup tonight. That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we've got game number 4 tonight, Eastern Conference Finals. Pacers hosting the Knicks once again. Home team can't win a game in this series. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you talking about it. And now joining us, we've got Harrison Sanford at Harrison Sanford over on X. Check him out, MSG Networks, ESPN Radio as well. How you feeling, Harrison? I assume better after the other day because your Knicks avoided that dreaded 0-3 hole.
I'm a bit tense, to be honest with you. The way these Knicks have played every single playoff game, it's been a nail biter so far throughout the playoffs. I'm excited, but I'm also just a bit nervous because I already know by the time we get to the 4-minute mark, the 3-minute mark of the fourth quarter, palms will be sweaty, and I'm not even playing.
You did, though. You got a national championship. Cornell lacrosse. First title since 77. This kid, CJ Kirst, has 82 goals this year. But you got a national championship. Cornell.
Hey, I'm happy for those guys, actually, because if I'm going to date myself here, because back in 2009, I was actually at Cornell. Some of my friends were on the lacrosse team. And I remember they missed senior weekend. They missed graduation because they were playing in the national championship game against Syracuse. They ended up losing that game. I think they allowed 5 goals over the last 3-4 minutes of the game. And I felt so bad for my friends because not only did they miss senior weekend, not only did they miss graduation, but they did it for the biggest heartbreak of their athletic careers. So for all of my friends who had that happen to them, I am sure what is now happening with Cornell lacrosse makes them feel a bit better. Good job by the Red getting that done. Even though I do wish they were able to do it against Syracuse, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that would have been great. I think we all get annoyed by them. Even Paul hates them, and he went there. He's done with all of them. Have you ever bet lacrosse?
Well, that's who they.
I have. Have you bet lacrosse?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Never will. Not yet, at least. We'll see.
Yeah.
You'll never know. You never know, right?
All right, what are you thinking? Game number 4. Pacers are a short favorite. You want the Pacers when they're a dog, but in this situation, they're a short favorite here. Lowest total that we've seen. I think that's pretty telling. That total has been bet down a little bit. What do you think about this game 4 matchup?
Yeah, total is not too surprising to me. I think what the Knicks were able to find in the last game, they were able to switch a lot more because they weren't playing as many minutes for Jalen Brunson and Cat, at least on the floor together. When they're not on the floor together, the Knicks are just going to be a better defensive team. That's just the reality of the situation. Unfortunately, you need them out there on the court together at the same time offensively. It's a little conundrum that Coach Thibodeau has, and I don't envy him at all. With that being said, I'm not touching a side on this game because we know what the Indiana Pacers can do in terms of running up points, and we've seen the Knicks' ability to come back from 20 points down. They've now done it 3 different times in this playoffs. I think you're going to get a great live number at some point. Just watch the game. Maybe when Tyrese Halliburton leaves, you'll be able to get a good number on the Pacers. Maybe when Jalen Brunson leaves the game, you'll be able to get a good number on the Knicks. Just watch the flow of the game. You'll get a better number there. But in terms of some plays that I do like, or my favorite play, I really like Josh Hart tonight to go over on his assists. What we saw what Coach Thibodeau did in the last game, started Mitchell Robinson. So if you start Mitchell Robinson, that puts Josh Hart to the bench. And why that is really important for Josh Hart's assist numbers, it means that once Jalen Brunson goes to the bench, he pretty much becomes the primary playmaker. He's not going to spend as much time on the court with Jalen Brunson. So now with him being the primary playmaker, he's going to have opportunities to score and find other people out there on the court. If you go back to the last game, he had 4 assists in a 106-100 total game. I don't think they're going to be able to hold the Pacers to 100 points again in this series. More possessions, more speed, Josh Hart, more of being the primary playmaker. I think looking at over 4.5 assists, minus 114 is the number I see right now. That's the best number out there. I think he definitely goes over that. If you go back to the regular season, he averaged 4.5 assists or 4.7 assists. He even did that last year in the playoffs against the Pacers. Now with him being a primary playmaker as opposed to a secondary playmaker, because he's no longer affiliated with Jalen Brunson on the court at the same time as much, give me the over on his assists.
We don't really like trends that much. We talk about them, but we don't live by them. If they supplement a bet, so be it. There's been this maybe more of a pattern than a trend where Brunson has a bad shooting night, and then he bounces
Oh,
back.
yeah.
So he makes 1 3 against the Pistons. Next game, he makes 4. He had another game against Detroit where he made 1. Next game, he made 3. Against Boston, there was a game he made 1. Next game, he made 3. Earlier this round, he made 1 in game 1, made 5 in game 2. So off a 1 in 5 performance in game 3, his number is back to 2.5, and the over is plus money. He has proven to us that he can fix that. He can make the adjustments after a game. Why are we not just betting over 2.5 threes tonight for Brunson?
I think I would take it. I would sprinkle it. I wouldn't put a full unit on it. I think with Jalen Brunson, he really likes to get into the paint. To be honest with you, that's where he really shines. He puts his shoulder in the defender, he fades away, and that's really where he gets his money, there in the free throw line. So I don't know if he'll necessarily get up the attempts. I might feel more confident in his points scored tonight more than anything because of his ability to bounce back. It's something I bet during the regular season. Whenever he had a poor showing, he would typically go over on his points. Another thing, when you look at Jalen Brunson as well, he could also be a playmaker too, because we don't know the status of Aaron Nesmith. He had the ankle injury in the last game. It was an ankle injury that had him off the team or on the injury list for a substantial amount of time during the regular season. This is a different ankle injury, but if he's not able to be 100%, you could see Coach Carlisle potentially blitz the pick and rolls, potentially double out of pick and rolls. That's going to make Jalen Brunson even more of a playmaker. So I understand the 3.1. I would definitely play, maybe not a full unit, but I also like looking at his points, or maybe just points and assists, because one way or another, he's going to be able to shine today. We have to really see where Aaron Nesmith is going to be with that ankle injury, though. That is something to monitor.
Like the West Series, if the Pacers take a 3-1 advantage, is it over?
No, because the Knicks have home court advantage. Now, granted, I don't know what in the world happened to home court advantage in this playoffs, particularly for the Knicks. But I think even still, they would win Game 5 and put a lot of pressure on Game 6 back at Gamebridge Fieldhouse over there in Indiana for Game number 6. And then Game number 7 is a toss-up. I can't say this series is a wrap, especially when you look at the margin of victory. Knicks should have won Game number 1. It was still a close margin of victory for the Pacers in Game number 2. Knicks snuck out a Game 3. I don't think it's easy you can call it a series even if the Pacers win tonight. And I don't expect the Knicks to win 3 more games in a row anyway. These teams are just too tightly contested. And I still think there's more triggers for both coaches to pull going forward.
I just feel like whoever gets through this East is going to get slaughtered in the finals. Yep. And I don't know that the league is excited. I mean, Adam Silver would never admit this. Oklahoma City, Indiana doesn't really tug at the national heartstring? Probably not. And it gets even worse if it's Thunder in 4, Thunder in 5. But Harrison, it kind of feels inevitable at this point with the Thunder winning this whole thing.
It does. They're a deep team. I mean, they go 9 deep. And I think what I really saw from them last night was really impressive is their ability to make somebody else the playmaker. It felt like Coach Dagnall kind of reminded me of Bill Belichick. When Bill Belichick was with the Patriots, it always felt like you were never able to go to your option A. You always had to go to your option B. The fact that Anthony Edwards wasn't able to have a lot of shot attempts during the end of that game, the fact that Nickeil Walker-Alexander got more field goal attempts than Julius Randle, than Anthony Edwards, just shows you how good they are defensively. The fact that they could put Alex Caruso in the starting lineup, put Isaiah Hartenstein on the bench so they could play a 4-out to give Shai Gilgeous-Alexander space to operate. They're a fascinating team. And in this new CBA era where the double apron is really punitive, the fact that they have homegrown talent that they can keep on their roster just by doing contract extensions and not having to go out to the free agency market with the first-round draft capital that Sam Presti has, the Thunder are a problem, y'all. I think the Thunder are going to be a problem for a very long time. That age and the experience they have, roster versatility, roster talent, yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for sure.
Yeah, with Harrison Sanford here on Bet Sweats. This is the BetMGM network. Yeah, you're right. It's probably going to be the Thunder winning the title. It's probably going to be SGA winning Finals MVP, Western Conference MVP, but you've been honing in on these Eastern Conference Finals. So let's play out some scenarios. Eastern Conference Finals MVP. If the Knicks win the series, it's blank. We're coming off a big Cat performance. Save them in that fourth quarter, 20-point comeback. They love Cat. If the Pacers win it and go to the finals, your MVP is probably Halliburton, or is there another candidate?
I think it's going to have to be Halliburton. He might not even end up being the top point scorer for the Pacers, but I think we all recognize that if the Pacers play at their fast pace, which is led by Tyrese Halliburton, they're going to win this series. So, yeah, he might have a game where he only has 18 points, 20 points, but he probably is going to have 11, 12 assists. And I think that will lead him eventually to becoming the player that gets named, I guess, the Larry Bird Eastern Conference Finals MVP. I think that's what the award is named after. I think he would get it because even Pascal Siakam, I think he's going to have a new challenge here being guarded by Karl Anthony Towns. Bit more strength on the interior. I don't know if he's going to be able to score like he did against OG Anunoby. He doesn't have the size or length advantage that he did against OG. Now, when it comes to the Knicks, it's interesting because the Knicks found something. Whether they like it or not, they found something not playing Jalen Brunson as many minutes as before because they were able to put more defensive lineups out there with Deuce McBride, with DeLon Wright, but it's still Jalen Brunson. It's still Mr. Clutch. And as well as Karl Anthony Towns played, it was the Brunson floater with the Nesmith hands extended to contest him that put the Knicks up front late in the game. Regardless of how the game plays out, we know in the last 5 minutes, it's Jalen Brunson. And it's Jalen Brunson again and again and again. And I think if the Knicks are going to win, like all playoffs, it's probably going to be in the clutch. The clutch player of the year is Brunson. He would be Eastern Conference Finals MVP, even though Cat was spectacular in game number 3, that's for sure.
In case anybody was wondering, Gilgeous-Alexander is minus 3,000 to win the Magic Johnson Trophy.
Sounds about right.
That's probably a wrap. This is more of a big picture question. You can take it wherever you want. You got a couple really interesting off seasons for teams like Houston, San Antonio. What do they do with number 2? What do the Lakers do with old man LeBron and Luka? What do the Thunder do with all of their assets? Is there a team that you're most excited to follow this offseason heading into the summer?
There's a team and a player that absolutely will captivate me, and I think it's going to have a trickle-down effect for the entirety of the NBA. I don't think any significant player is going to move until we find out what Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to do. On one hand, he's been in Milwaukee his entire career. With the Jason Tatum injury, with the Cavs not looking great in the postseason yet again, there could be some optimism that he could stay in Milwaukee and maybe they could still make a push, even though Damian Lillard is probably going to be going for the rest of the regular season. Or he could go to a place and be teamed up with another top 10 player, top 12 player in the NBA and have a substantial present and a substantial future going forward, that team being the San Antonio Spurs. What they're able to give is better than anything else in the market. You can give up the number 2 pick, Dylan Harper, more than likely. You can give up Stephon Castle, a rookie of the year. You can have salary filler with guys like Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson, who are 2 very good, formidable role players in the NBA. And that should be enough to get Giannis Antetokounmpo with additional first-round draft capital, which the Spurs have to give. And the Spurs can do all that because it would still leave them with Giannis, De'Aaron Fox, and Wemby. The best big 3 that we would have in the NBA within the snap of a finger. It's a very it's an interesting thing for Giannis to do. I don't know if he wants to be in San Antonio, but if he wants to win titles next year and potentially for the next 5 years, there is no other team that can compensate the Bucks the way they want to be compensated for losing Giannis, like the Spurs, that would still have a good core, a very good core, to win an NBA title. It's to be noted, John Horst, it was reported by Sam Amick, NBA insider, that John Horst, the GM, said that he would be going out for blood in any Giannis trade. So anybody who trades for Giannis, you're going to need to give up a lot of things. There's not a lot of teams that can clean the cupboard bare and still have a good roster for Giannis to want to go to. Spurs are an anomaly in that such circumstance.
Only have 15 seconds, Harrison. On the way out, do you know of any Knicks fans that did not take the Knicks before the series? Because I couldn't find any.
No. Once they beat the Celtics, it's all eyes are on the NBA Finals now. To the point where so Mayor Eric Adams is putting up signs all over New York City for all the players. We expect the Finals. We'll see what happens.
And they were all out after Game 1, right? And then but that's the wave that you've got to ride here in the NBA playoffs. Harrison Sanford, we appreciate
we're
your
antsy
time
over here.
Yes,
indeed.
It. I
Thank
get
you.
it. Overreact just a little bit. All right, we're going to start to preview these NFL divisions, and we're going to start with the AFC East. Joe O, Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bets with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Nope. Harrison Sanford doesn't know of one Knicks fan that was like, they're not going to win this series against Indiana. That's pretty much the answer that I expected. Joe O, Sammy P with you, getting you set for, of course, the NBA playoffs. Those continue. Stanley Cup playoffs as well. But don't forget, I mean, it's already that time. We're past Memorial Day. We're going to start to hone in on some of these divisions in the National Football League. And we start off today, Sam, with a bet that you like right now, that you think people should act sooner rather than later. And that's on the AFC East. When you look at the division odds right now at BetMGM, it is the Bills minus 275. Now, I do see it as cheap as minus 230 out there, but Bills the heavy favorite. Not sure where the competition comes from, because you've got Miami and New England, both the win totals 8.5. They would have to have a surprising year if they're going to compete with Buffalo. Miami plus 550 to win the division, New England plus 600, and then your long shot at 16-1, the New York Jets with Justin Fields at quarterback.
Very exciting division, except it's not, because Buffalo's going to win it running away. I don't like to put a lot of money in these bets in May. I'll diversify by the time I get through July and into August, because I will be going to Vegas as I do every August, signing up for contests and making some bets. I will have the Bills wheeled with several things. So rather than just make a big bet on Buffalo at minus 250, I will parlay. One of the parlays is Bills to win the East and Clemson to win the ACC. It's a bet where I like my chances. I'd be stunned if the Bills didn't win this division. And then I'm really high on Clemson this year, which we'll talk college football at the end of the show. College football, huge conversation around Memorial Day. People are ready for college football, so I can't wait to talk about that. But Buffalo, I have them favored in 16 out of 17 games. They have the highest win total in the league, in the sense that their over is the most expensive to go over 11.5. There's a handful of teams that have win totals 11.5, but the Bills are minus 160, minus 170 to go over. So they are the most expensive team, I guess, in the win total market.
Mm-hmm.
How many division losses do they have? If I made the number 1.5, what would you do with it?
I would go over. Damn it. No, I mean, they're probably going 7-1 in the division, so it's going to be tough. Like, what are the
6 games? 6 games.
Oh, yeah. 5-1. Right. Yeah, no, I can't say over 1.5. I can't.
They could lose in Miami. There's always weird things that happen in Miami. Fine.
That does happen. That's one.
Not losing to the Jets and Justin Fields.
Either time.
And look, the Patriots are becoming one of the trendiest teams this offseason. They're already pumped about it here in Boston. Oh, Vrabel's going to fix the culture. Vrabel's going to take them to the playoffs. Okay. Do we know what Drake May is yet? He showed flashes with the Patriots. They took him, second overall. Obviously, there's potential there. Did they really give him enough weapons? Did they add enough protection? They got better on defense. A lot of additions via free agency on defense. The caveat there is when you pay for free agents, you usually overpay. They gave Milton Williams a lot of money in free agency, and that's not the only guy that maybe got more money than I think the market expected. Defensively, fine. They'll be better. I don't know that the offense is going to take that next step. And again, this is a team that won 4 games last year. 4. Now we're going to make the win total 8.5. So you got to win 9. That's a 5-win hike on last year. I think fundamentally, foundationally, they're better.
Yes.
But to ask that to happen in one offseason is a big ask.
You double that win total, you're still short. And they know that. That's why it's sitting at 8.5. That's why they just threw the same with the Dolphins. Okay, so yeah, it's going to be better, but how much better? That's what kind of a leap are we talking about? They also have 10 new starters, Sam. So you have new coaching staff, 10 new starters. On offense, that's your question. How much of a jump can they make? I think a big jump. Let's say, can they get to the middle of the pack? Because that would be a big jump. I think they can. Now, those 5 new starters on offense, 5 new starters on defense, let's talk about them a little bit. Of course, on the line, you've got Will Campbell. He's going to help them a ton. That's going to be good. Receiver, yeah, they probably overpaid for Diggs, but they were going to have to overpay for a receiver. They also bring in Mac Hollins, a guy that big dude makes some plays for Buffalo. I liked him there a lot. So the 2 additions, not bad. You also bring in the veteran Bradbury to play center. So he's going to be next to the rookie in Campbell. And I don't think it's a great signing because he's bouncing around the league. And after injuries at this point in his career, Moses Morgan. But you've got 3 new starters on that offensive line. You know this. It takes time. You can't just throw a new group together, 3 new guys on an offensive line, and they were making so many changes throughout the year last year due to injuries where it's going to gel immediately. That will take some time, maybe a month or 2 before things get going. Now, the defense strong to begin with. They do have 5 new starters there. We know Vrabel is going to be certainly focused on that side of the ball. But you're right. The question is offensively. Just expecting this to happen week 1, I think that's a big ask with all new coaches and a lot of new personnel.
And just reinvent the wheel. Josh McDaniels back in the saddle on offense.
Right.
It never, I don't want to be harsh to the guy, but it never really quite worked out without Brady, did it? Did his offenses ever work without the greatest quarterback of all time? Nah. So, all right, let's see what you can do with Drake May. That's your new challenge. That is everything right now. What do you do with Drake May? And how do you get him to the next level? It's not easy with these young quarterbacks, man. It's just not. There are ups and there are downs. And it does feel like the offense just got a big Band-Aid over a cut. You got Stephon Diggs. You got Mac Hollins. You kind of mangled together an offensive line. I do like the draft. I think Will Campbell's going to be a really good player, and I like Henderson. I know you do too at running back.
Mm-hmm.
But you're talking about a lot of new guys and a lot of rookies to rely on offense, and you have to have that ability to score, 24, 27 points to beat Buffalo. So, I'm looking at it not exactly what is New England's ceiling, but can New England's ceiling top Buffalo? My answer is no. It feels like this is a layup for the Buffalo Bills. So I'm going down the board right now. The Bills to win the East, parlayed with the following things. Clemson to win the title. That is about 218 ACC title. So plus 218. If you don't want to do Clemson, let's go down to the Big Ten. How about the Bills to win the East and Oregon to win the Big Ten? That is over 4-1. And if we want to go down to, say, the SEC and pick a team like Texas, let's go the Bills to win the East, Texas to win the SEC. That's plus 384. So I am taking my minus 260 range bet and hooking it with other plus money bets to explode the odds. That's what I will be doing July and August on Buffalo. I'll bet it straight, sure, but I'm also going to parlay it with a bunch of other things. And if I can find a book or two that will take some award bets, I'll be doing some Bills to win the East with this player to win the Heisman, just to kind of explode the board and put myself ideally in a good spot down the road.
But you're putting the Bills in a lot of stuff.
A lot.
That's the story. Bills.
It's my bet of the offseason.
Yeah,
it's my bet of the offseason, and I want to bet it in a variety of ways.
Okay. When you go out to Vegas to get some bigger bets down, sign up for some contests, will one of them be the Grandissimo?
Probably not.
Do you know of anybody that's considering it, like considering going in with a big group, or are they just gonna, like, that's just crazy? 100K.
I talked to a couple guys. They said if there's a lack of appetite, if there's not as many entries as they believed, they will jump in because of the math, right? Because they see the overlay and they're willing to hop in. But there's not this wave of wise guys looking to come in and, fork out $100,000 to join a survivor pool. It's a big price. You know what? A lot of people are jumping in. It's like the fantasy people are signing up. And, they got the money because they play the daily fantasy and they do really well at it. I saw the first guy that signed up did 2 entries and he just won some fantasy championship. So I get the sense that there's going to be a lot of that. I don't know how many groups of friends are going to put down 100,000 because that's the easy part about Survivor. 3 friends, $333 a guy. Let's see what happens. But now you're talking, 4 guys, 25 large. It's a whole different story, man. It's a whole different story.
How do you explain that to the wife? Yeah, it's different. You get a group of friends, and it ends up becoming a thing. You have the weekly conversation, debate, text chain, going over all your options. You land on something by the end of the week. But that, 100K. I think there will be, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Somebody came in and plunked down 200K to get 2 spots. So who knows? But I think there will be a lack of an appetite. When you're looking at the options, $1,000 an entry or $100,000 an entry, I think we know which one's going to be more popular. But that'll be very interesting to track. Are we just ignoring Miami? I'm not saying to win a division. I'm saying just in any conversation. They have the exact same win total as New England. And guess what? New England, 8.5. It's minus 110 on both sides over at BetMGM. The Miami 8.5 is juiced to the under, minus 155. All the weapons are still there. Now A-Chain, he's the man. He took over last year, was amazing when he was healthy. So have Tua, Tyreek, Waddle. We had another offseason where they're trying to fix that weak offensive line. They bring in James Daniels to play guard. They drafted a rookie to play guard as well. So a couple of changes going on there. They do need an upgrade there. But all the chatter is about Buffalo and New England. Nobody talking about Miami. And they have a lot of the same dudes. Are they being overlooked?
You could argue that for sure. I think he's one of the hottest coaches, hot seat wise, in the league, Mike McDaniel.
Mm-hmm.
You go 9-8 year one, make the playoffs, lose. Next year you go 11-6, make the playoffs, lose. Last year 8-9. A lot of coaches, third, fourth year, that's it for a lot of them. So if they fall flat this year, he's probably out of a job. They've just gotten so soft as a team. They don't play with that toughness that I think a lot of people would have liked to see. You saw it early, and then you didn't see it a lot last year. I mean, they just got pushed around on the line of scrimmage. I will not be buying Miami stock. So am I looking past them a little bit? Maybe. But I don't have any stock on Miami. I'd rather bet the Patriots over than the Dolphins.
I'm looking at their road games late. That warm weather team going to cold cities. December, they do go to the Jets. They go to Pittsburgh for Monday Night Football. Last week of the year, they go to Foxborough. That's a tough hand that they got from the schedule makers. So you can understand why more people seem to be interested in the Patriots. And then, with the Jets, we can laugh at them, say they're bad. They are. Justin Fields is a quarterback. That's not going to be good. They got Membu to play tackle. They still got Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson. They came out on the other side of the Aaron Rodgers saga, keeping their star players that kind of sounded like they wanted to leave. I have no idea what to expect from Aaron Glenn as a head coach. I'm not sure, Sam. How about you?
I don't know. I think they should be better defensively, but they were pretty good with Saleh until he left. I mean, defense wasn't the issue. The issue was quite literally the quarterback, right? So, defense should be fine. I just don't think you're better on offense. But every conversation runs through Buffalo here. And I think the conversation in Buffalo is very interesting because they know they're good enough to win the East. They know it. They've had a stranglehold on this division. What they want in Buffalo is the real title. They want a Super Bowl. Because if you ask an odds maker in Vegas, he'll tell you that Buffalo is either 1 or 2 in power ratings. The guys go back and forth on Baltimore, Buffalo. And they have for some time now. The problem is Mahomes is better than anybody with the game on the line in the playoffs. Buffalo doesn't want to hear about 12 wins, 13 wins. Buffalo wants to go to a Super Bowl. And Kansas City keeps stopping that from happening.
It is Philly plus 650, Ravens plus 700, Bills plus 750, and the Chiefs right behind them. 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents. That's how close the top 4 are for your Super Bowl odds. All right, we're going to play Where's the Room on the other side. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Where's the room?
That's what's out of Tuesday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich with you, BetMGM Network. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, and this has become a regular staple on the show. Where's the room? There's a lot to dissect from over the weekend. Some stuff you may have missed, but we bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspin, to talk about where the room is at with some of this stuff. NBA, NHL, WNBA, stuff involving significant others, apparently. What you got, Paul?
So we've got, the top props for tonight's Knicks-Pacers game, probably not surprising at the top of the list. We'll get there. Big names at number 5 and number 1. Number 5, Halliburton, over 20.5 points at -145.
Whew. Steep out of the gate. Right out of the gate, -145.
That is going over, though. Right? It's going over. Halliburton had 20 last game, disappointing. Couldn't hit anything from the outside. The whole team couldn't. They were shooting 20% back at home. Are we really going to have the road team win the first 4 games?
I hope not.
I hope not, too. But if it happens, emergency podcast. I wouldn't lay that.
You guys should do one. I want to hear you guys do one.
It'd be perfect, yeah. Because that's what I want to do tonight after the game. I want to do an emergency podcast.
Get me a Bizarro banana, mudslide, whatever.
Dirty banana.
Thank you. Yeah, that.
Bizarro banana, right, that may be better. I like that.
Pretty good. I like it. Number 4 is your random one. Well, there's 2 random ones, but this is pretty random. Miles McBride, over 6.5 points at -135. Random and expensive.
He's going to have 2 points. 2 points. The juice is minus, you said 135?
5. Yes, sir.
145, 135. Okay. We're up to paying 70 cents now on these 2 props. Yeah, why? Why McBride is the top 5?
Because he got the minutes down the stretch. Even Harrison brought McBride up. I mean, he played more defensively. So they're going to come in and bet his offensive prop and lay $1.35.
All right, I'll go the other way.
Okay.
That's one.
We'll skip through this. Siakam first field goal plus 700. So there's our first field goal bet. Bridges under 4.5 rebounds at -155.
Oh my God, Lord. They're coming in hot.
Woof.
You guys have a least favorite yet?
A rebound one.
That's probably my least favorite.
2 and 4 are there. Yeah. I love this idea. Like we sit here and we talk so much about adjustments and how teams are going to change stuff. Like that's talked about before the series a lot and then in the series. But knowing those adjustments are coming, we assume with a lot of these prop bets that everything's going to be the same. But it's a lot of the same people that talk about adjustments and this coach is going to do this. This coach is going to do that. So why are they going to give the same guys run that you saw at the end of another game into it? I don't understand. But it's an easy handicap. Oh, I just saw this happen, so I'm going to bet on this again. Okay.
The rebound ones, though, I think, Paul, you can speak to this too. The rebound ones are wild because they're so random, but it always feels like it's in that $1.50 to $1.60 range. They want to short rebound props at big prices. And to me, that's very funny.
That definitely seems to be the case. I mean, I was just going to look at what the price is coming back the other way on Bridges for rebounds. So we got plus 115.
Ugh, 40 cents straddle. Woof.
Yeah.
See, that's a conversation that could be had in its own segment. Like $1.55, the take back should not be plus 15. That's not fair to the customer, but all the books do it. I mean, they all do it. You should get more than $1.15 though, Joe, on $1.55 favorite.
Yeah. So the Bridges thing, I think we're seeing more and more of this. Just looking at some of the advanced analytics. So if you go in the last game, Bridges rebounding chances, total rebounding chances he had in the game, it was 5 only 5. So they're going to bet under 4.5 because, okay, he's not going to convert all those rebounding chances into rebounds, right? Let's assume that it's going to be the exact same, but that's not always the case. It's not always the case. Rebounding can be random, and how's the other team shooting? That's going to be a big part of it. So, yeah, I would not want any part of the Bridges, and the McBride one certainly stands out as well.
All right, number 1. Don't even have to tell you guys.
Brunson what? Or Cat?
Brunson over points.
Brunson over points.
Oh, the points over. Okay. See, I like the 3-pointer over. 2.5 plus money. That's what I would bet. They're all betting Brunson, of course.
What's the number?
It's over 29.5 points at -115.
I don't hate the bet.
I'm not fading it.
No, yeah. I wouldn't either. It is very fitting, though. I mean, I believe that's what we got to when we talked about this game. Brunson needs to be the best player. Brunson needs to carry the brunt of the load, a lot like Anthony Edwards did not do last night. I'm sure Edwards was popular, point total over last night. It didn't make the room, but I'm sure it was pretty popular. Oh, the best player needs to be the best player in a pivotal game. That's not exactly rocket science to land on this. I mean, we've seen him fly over this, and we've seen him fall short of this. So he had 43 in game 1, 36 in game 2, 23 in game 3, only played 31 minutes. Bounce back, sure. The 3-point numbers in this series, though, not to pivot to what I like, but I will. 6 threes in game 1, 12 threes in game 2, 5 in game 3. Where's that number tonight, Joe? How many threes? Are we in the 8-9 range, or are we back in the 5-6 range?
I think you're on it. No, it's going to boost again. It's absolutely going to boost. And the other part with the Brunson stuff is when he's had the, quote, bad Brunson games, it's just a matter of getting into foul trouble. And that's what ended up happening in the last game. When he gets into foul trouble, he attacks the basket. You love the aggressiveness. A lot of times, is it intentional? I don't know. But another part of that trend, Sam, is look at the games he's been in foul trouble. Do we have back-to-back games where the star player on the Knicks gets into foul trouble? One of the stars in the league. No, we're not really seeing that happen. It could happen a couple of games from now, but back-to-back games, it usually is not. They might be a little light on the whistle with Brunson tonight.
Yeah, that 3-point prop would get my money. But, Paul, no surprise at all that number 1 bet is Jalen Brunson points over.
So that is where the room is. I think one other topic worth hitting on, at least right now, is something we talked about pretty good amount last week. But Caitlin Clark dealing with, I believe it's a quad injury. It looks like she could be on the shelf for 2 weeks. How does that impact anything? It's obviously, it should still be okay for MVP bets, etc. Where are you guys on Caitlin Clark, the injury, Fever futures, Clark futures, etc.?
MGM has already made a change to their MVP market, and this makes sense because it is a 2-week injury and might be more. That's 2 weeks of no stats. So Nafisa Collier is now favored, -175. Clark, they moved down to 250, 5-2. Asia Wilson, 7-1, and then everybody else is 50 or higher. So they did bump Clark up for MVP. I get it. It makes sense. They didn't really touch the title odds for the Fever. Still about 350, 360. MGM did go to 4-1, but that injury doesn't scare me big picture. So I would be betting more 4-1 title on the Fever.
Does it scare you for MVP though?
Yeah, of course, because it could linger. She could miss more time. Yeah, of course. Then what happens if Collier gets hurt? Then Asia Wilson wins it. And Asia's been putting up massive numbers, as she always has. But it really is through 2 weeks of the season? It's a 3-horse race. already. I mean, Kelsey Plum is
wild.
50-1. Yeah.
We are talking about 4 or 5 games. We think. Now, they say at least 2 weeks. Does that mean it's going to be more? Now, once we get into more, remember, it's a short season. Then it's a little worrisome. I think the move makes perfect sense. So let's not change the title odds. We expect Clayton Clark to be there for the majority of the year. And people are betting on the favor because of Clark for the most part. And she's going to be there for the end. She's going to get them a playoff spot, and we expect her to be there for the playoffs. So you're going to price them the same. There's not going to be a chance where the Fever end up missing out on the playoffs. They're good enough. I think they're playing again tonight. They're favored in that game, or they're playing tomorrow. They're favored in that game at Washington. So if it's a short period of time, not a big deal. The move on the MVP makes sense. You've got to make some sort of an adjustment when you're expecting her to miss at least 5 games. And it ends up being more games. We're going to see a bigger adjustment. But see, I look at it, is that opportunity? Is that opportunity right here to go, when it was plus 110 last week, plus 125, we were talking about it. We said, yeah, you could still get it at plus money. We would bet it. So if we're talking about 5 games, now you get better than double that price. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm interested at plus 250 for sure. It could be an opportunity, but we've got to know it's limited to 2 weeks. If this thing lingers close to a month, that would scare me off.
I watched Indiana play New York. I think that was Saturday, right? It was on national TV. And they went up and down, back and forth. They were neck and neck with New York. And New York is championship good. New York also basically brought its entire team back. Clark is playing with 3-4 new players. Yeah, they're still figuring out the continuity and the togetherness. There's only one ball, and you got to figure out how to play together. They were impressive. And, of course, that's the game she got hurt. But they are still going to be there, if she's healthy, all the way till the end, I believe.
Yep. Totally agree there. And you look at the schedule, they've got Washington a couple of times coming up over the next week. Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats. We'll take a look at college football. If you're not paying attention, interesting things are happening in the college football playoff landscape. We'll explain. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. Joe O, Sammy P with you. And in this final hour of the show, 11 a.m. Eastern every single day, we are also on Nesson Nation. Hello, Nesson, here on Bet Sweats. And you can find Nesson Nation, Amazon Prime Video, the Roku channel, Plex, Samsung TV, and LG channels. Joe Ostrowski, Sammy P with you. And Sam, we'll go over the MLB card coming up in about 20 minutes. Later this hour, we will get to our lightning bets for this Tuesday. And there's a lot going on in college football. I don't know if everybody was paying attention over the holiday weekend to some of the stuff. There were things that were going on late last week that we didn't even get to in the show. Let's just say there are a lot of moving parts. And I do get concerned when we have a sample size of one and people overreact. In this case, I don't think that they are overreacting with the college football playoff and the changes to that format. There are a lot of things being discussed right now about expansion, and we'll get to that in a couple minutes. But we do have some changes already in the hopper. Changes that we were calling for, that just about everybody was calling for, and the betting market was telling you last year was the obvious move. It was idiotic to have these conference champions get buys. And then in the first year of the expanded playoff, you get Arizona State and Boise State clearly worse than a number of teams that did not get buys. But they got buys because of the conference championship. And we always say follow the number, follow the betting market. And if you did, man, you were right. You had these teams that were getting buys as underdogs, significant underdogs, as they should have been. So now moving forward, what they're doing is we're going to go by the rankings. Oh, novel concept. Instead of having team that you're saying is the 9th, 10th, or 11th best in the playoff, them getting a 3 or a 4 and a bye, let's do this. Let's actually go by the rankings. The better team should be ranked higher. The one that has the better resume should be ranked higher. And Sam, that's exactly what they're doing with the 12-team format. Let's stick there with this 12-team format. They're changing things up a little bit. So in last year's playoff, Arizona State and Boise would have been much further down than they were.
Right. I'm happy with the change because the top 4 seeds went 0-4.
Yep.
Right? I mean,
as we said.
It was very wild. We discussed this. It was one of our most viral clips on Instagram. I remember Kate was telling me all the views. It had almost 1 million unique views or something like that. It's you and I talking about whoever the 5 seed is, play them. And it ended up being one of the highly viewed, highly, commented on and liked and shared. That college football video was crazy how much traction it got. And we were saying, look at it's easier to be the 5 than it is to be the 1. And we didn't even know who the 5 was going to be at the time. But you're looking at the path, you're like, well, wait a minute, the 1 gets, that's not a good draw for the 1. So I think change is good. I'm also worried that they're going to keep changing it until we don't know what we're doing now. I'm okay with it. No issues. I think the better teams and the higher power rated teams should have an easier draw. That should be the way it works out. You have to reward the regular season for something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a good point. Now the Texas-Arizona State game was awesome. So I was thinking they might not make change because of that. You had that double overtime game, Penn State over Boise. That was a non-competitive matchup. It was obvious what direction that game. Yeah, Genty was not going to be able to hold up Boise alone. And then you've got Notre Dame taking out Georgia, which we were calling at the time. So many people were shocked by it. We were not. It was fun overall, but the change is necessary. So we always hear people scream about Notre Dame. Join a conference! Join a conference! Notre Dame can get a bye now.
It's so funny. I'll never forget. I will never forget this as long as I live. I'm back in Chicago. You and I, the whole show, we want Notre Dame. We got them to make a run. And they beat, who did they beat? Oh, they beat Georgia. They beat Georgia. And then I walked into the score because I was broadcasting that day from 670. And David Dykstra is sitting there in the chair with his Penn State hat and his Penn State hoodie. Now you get to play a real team. Oh, so funny. Dead serious, too. That was a fun run. We didn't get the pot of gold at the end because they lost to Ohio State, a team that just got hot. But I'll never forget that run. I mean, they just kept beating good programs, and then the narrative going into all those games, oh, they can't win this game. They can't win this game. And then they'd win, and what was it? Oh, they got lucky. Got lucky against Georgia. Soft. Got lucky against Penn State. Right. Just kept getting lucky when they weren't going to win, and then they won because they were lucky.
Luck of the Irish. Yeah, play a real team now. Oh, you ate that up. You called him out on it right away. He's like, you'll see. And we saw. Get out.
Drew Aller.
Phenomenal.
Now you get to face Drew Aller.
Ooh. Oh, no. Not Drew. But everybody says, Riley Leonard can't play. Yeah, well, look at that defense. Look at that run game that Notre Dame has. I don't think it's going to come down to Riley Leonard. But, I love it, though. And I think they're making the right changes. And so we can't leave well enough alone. Now the conversation is, do we go to 14 or 16?
No.
Sam, here's where we're at. Here's the reality. Expansion's happening. If they're having the conversation of both 14 and 16 and they're laying it out, okay, 16, that means 1 and 2 will get a bye. The first round will be the bottom 4, 13 through 16 going at it. Sounds like it's happening. I don't want it to happen. I thought 12 was great. Now, if you expand it even more for everybody crying about the little guy, this only helps the Big Ten and the SEC more.
Man, Saban got out at the right time, didn't he? He knew this was coming. He said, whoa, wait a minute. Versus going to be a level playing field where everybody can pay players now. And now the playoff is going to expand and keep expanding. I'm going to go to ESPN and just make millions of dollars to sit here every Saturday. He got out right before it started to get chaotic in college. Good for him.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, yeah, I don't want it either. So I'm trying to think which teams probably would have made it. You had Indiana, Tennessee. Ole Miss was out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're probably in.
Could be.
Do you want SMU, BYU?
No.
Like, these are the teams I'm not interested in that.
SMU was in last year. They were the 11 last year.
Oh, they got smoked by Penn State. Yeah,
I got it. Ohio State was 8, ended up winning the whole thing. Tennessee was 9, Indiana was 10, SMU 11, Clemson 12.
Yeah, Clemson barely got in. So, like, what are we talking about? How much lower do you want to go? We're talking BYU, Iowa State. You know who's actually, like, if you look at the AP rankings, the final AP rankings, Illinois was 16th. Illinois is in the conversation to be a playoff team then.
I
like,
saw
even
that.
You, an Illinois fan.
Yeah, that means they're going to win 5 games now because that's how it goes. So there were 3 teams. I was sitting with a bunch of guys that know college football really well, and they're plugged in. There are 3 teams that were discussed. Illinois is one of them. The second team was Miami. Apparently, this is the best team Mario's ever had. And while we don't like Carson Beck, supposedly Carson Beck in this offense he's just going to be throwing to wide open guys all the time. Like, you might see the Carson Beck from 2 years ago, not the Carson Beck from last year. I mean, look what Cam Ward did in this offense. It's the air raid, but they can also run the ball. So Carson Beck's not going to get touched next year. And they've got some NFL guys on the offensive line. So I wasn't as high on Miami, but then I talked to a couple guys and they're like, no, that team is legit. The other team of the three, so Illinois is one, high on Illinois, high on Miami, and I had a guy I really respect tell me Clemson's national title good. So, we discuss a lot, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas. It may be time to put Clemson back into that conversation, especially if they get the quarterback play from Cade Klubnik. But Dabo's got NFL receivers again. Dabo's got 2 NFL defensive linemen that are going to go in the first round. He might have 5 first-round picks this year at Clemson. Clemson is going to be back. Remember when Clemson and Alabama were going to the title every year? That's how good this roster could be if everything clicks.
Maybe, just maybe, Alabama could make the college football playoff. If 16. What's that dude's name? I saw him somewhere the other day.
Legend?
They had him on, they had Legend in studio at somewhere. And he was just, they were throwing teams at him. I can't remember where the clip was. They would just throw random college football teams at him. And he'd give a quick response, be like, they suck. Everybody, they suck.
They better win 9 games or we might be talking about them getting rid of DeBoer. There is not a high tolerance for losing there, especially after Saban dominated for, 15 years plus. Your starting quarterback in Tuscaloosa is Ty Simpson. That doesn't move my meter. They have a true freshman they like, but he's so young and raw. That's Keelan Russell from Duncanville, Texas. That could be the future there, but the future is yesterday at Alabama. People don't want to hear about a 5-year plan. They want to hear about what are you going to do this year. And I'm telling you, if DeBoer didn't get in the mud in recruiting and do what he was supposed to do, he's going to fall behind a lot of programs in that conference. But that'll be something to pay attention to. I want to go back to Notre Dame and Miami since we talked about both teams. That is week 1 at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. Notre Dame opened 2.5, minus 2.5. We're seeing some 1.5 now in the market. So some support for Miami. This guy who was talking about Beck says Beck could throw for 400 yards in this game. And I'm like, oh my God, it's May 26th. Don't do this to me. We're getting all excited to talk college football. But I heard a lot of Carson Beck support. And I wasn't expecting that on Memorial Day, but here we are.
Clemson is 15-1. Notre Dame is also 15-1, somewhere in that range. Miami, 34. And Alabama is 12-1. Like, okay.
Nope.
Yeah, that's just reputation. It goes Ohio State, Texas, Georgia, Penn State, Oregon, Alabama, Clemson, and Notre Dame. It, based on the conversations you have early on in the offseason, and then the more and more I hear people that are in the know on college football, it's everything positive Clemson. This year, a year ago at this time, I think it was a lot of negativity around Clemson. People didn't like Dabo's stances on the transfer portal and came back to bite him. So he changed those stances. But there's a lot of smart college football people that are expecting a monster season out of Klubnik. And they've been betting Heisman. And, I mean, you think there's still value on 15 for title?
Sure, I think so. You want to be ahead of that. That's a team that you don't want to wait on. You can wait on Ohio State, Texas, because those teams, you probably get those prices in August, or you get better prices after a loss. I'm thinking Clemson's going to start like 7-8-0. And then the price, I mean, forget 15-1. But Garrett Riley, the OC, is salivating with this speed and skill on offense. And they believe Cade Klubnik is going to be a first-round draft pick. I mean, that's not exactly a hot take, but they feel like they have the quarterback, they have the system, they have the receivers again. Clemson had a stretch where it was putting out, pretty good receivers. And, I mean, DeAndre Hopkins went to Clemson, right? T. Higgins.
Yep.
You had some really good receivers for a while, and then Dabo didn't want to go for the 5 stars, and they didn't want to go to Clemson, and it was a whole thing. But he's got gobs of talent. And the one guy I was with said 6 NFL draft picks maybe in the first round.
Ooh,
that's a lot.
Wow.
That's a lot, Joe.
Yeah, that's certainly a lot. Okay, very interesting. And it ties into the conversation about the conferences not getting buys and with those first 4 spots. So where would Clemson slot in compared to SEC, Big Ten? Fascinating conversation, long way to go. Joe Sammy P, today's MLB card on the other side. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Dombrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Don't worry if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences. BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run no sweat token. Just activate your token on an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets only at BetMGM. Joe Osabi, Bet Sweats, Lightning Bets coming up in about 20 minutes from right now, but we take a look at today's MLB card. You know, if you were not with us earlier, we had mentioned a few big stories, at least in our world, of what happened over the Memorial Day weekend. Braves, watch out for the Braves. Sam's in big on the Braves, and the number has not moved. They lose that series overall to the Padres, but Acuna's back, and he made an impact immediately, homering in the first 2 games. That was a massive story. I would say the Ohtani one as well. He's doing live BP. The plan is for him to throw live BP at least once a week. That may not sound like a big thing, but the reports were he was touching 94, 95, even as high as 97 when he went all out. So long-term plan, I don't know. But that would be, to me, okay, he's going to pitch at some point. It's just a matter of how fast do they want to ramp him up. You've got a lot of season left.
No doubt. I am going to focus on the first part of your conversation, the Braves.
Of course.
For the first all season, Sale, Holmes, Schwellenbach, Strider, Smith-Shawver, all healthy. Here we go. Now, can you stay healthy? I don't know. I hope so. I hope they stay healthy. But here's your lineup. Acuna, Baldwin, Ozuna, Olsen, Riley, Verdugo, Albies, Harris, Nick Allen. You're healthy. You're finally healthy. You're whole. You played all April banged up. You got through May. I mean, you're right there. How many games out of the wild card are they? Like 3.5? 4.5? No, well, 5. 5. I evolve anybody. But the teams that they're chasing
Doesn't matter at this point.
They could get by the Brewers and the D-backs and the Reds. I'm not worried. I'm not.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either. How much longer are the Cardinals going to play to this level? Or is this just what they are? I mean, they're in the team photo with the Cubs right now in that division race. They're 1 game back in the wild card. Do I expect that all year? No, I don't, but I feel like we've been having that conversation for a good amount of time. But yeah, I expect them to pass up all these teams, and this might be the low point, 5 games back. However, the Braves have a tough series this week. You got Philly. You got Strider, a large sample size division opponent where he has very good history against them. And you got Suarez for the Phillies side. Boy, I'm looking at this Braves minus 115 today. How about you?
I could be convinced very easily. MGM's letting you do $1.05.
Ooh.
So they've got Phillies favored minus 15, Braves minus 105. I was building as I often do. I had a Cubs and Dallas Stars moneyline parlay for $1.94. Let me add the Braves and move that up to plus 475. Braves, Cubs, Stars. That's a
big jump.
That will take my money. I did come in late last night. I know that nobody knows this, but I did bet Thunder money line, and yes, I just passed posted. So I've got a little bit to play with.
Wait,
the
what?
Thunder. I bet the Thunder money line. Yeah.
Last night.
Yeah, last night. Yeah, they were minus 3. It was $1.52 or something like that, and I was watching them, just salivate over Anthony Edwards, and this is going to be his coming out game, and I'm like, all right, I'm betting the Thunder. So yeah, I got a little extra cabbage on a Monday. My week's usually on Sunday, so Monday is in the week, and Monday started out with a bang. So now I have bullets, and I love having bullets on Tuesday. So I will bet some Braves for sure, and I will wheel them with the Cubs and the Stars if I can get through that McDavid. Man, I just keep betting against him. So fun, and then they win 4-1. But the Braves on my short list for sure. Before we get to any other bets, it's still crazy to me. I pulled up the league standings. And no, I'm not talking about the Rockies being 9-45, although that's very funny as well. The 4 worst teams in baseball right now are the Rockies, the White Sox, the Pirates, and do you know who it is, the 4th one?
Give them to me again. You said Rockies, White Sox, Pirates,
and
Nationals. No,
Baltimore Orioles.
Orioles.
That, I mean, who saw that coming?
Nobody. Some people thought disaster, underperform, not part of the conversation for the division. Okay, fine. I didn't hear worse than the Marlins, worse than the Nationals, Angels, Athletics. I didn't hear that. It's still shocking at this point. Negative 92 run differential. That is second worst. Behind the Rockies, of course.
The Rockies.
How is that?
The Rockies' run differential is minus 173.
We're not in June.
All they do is lose. All they do is line up and lose. I took this screenshot. So I started on May 18th and went to Sunday, the 25th. Loss, 3-2 win, loss. They just line up, put their pants on, lace up their spikes, and get bludgeoned every day. That's what they do in Colorado.
Yep. I know. So I know somebody in the minors that's making his way up, and he's in the Rockies organization. Would you rather be would if you're like a prospect and you're kind of making your way through the minors, would you rather be on a team like the Rockies, knowing it's a lot of garbage above you, and then maybe you're going to have a shot, or being in a good organization and you're probably going to learn more?
I would rather be a Rockies prospect than a Braves prospect right now. There's no pressure. The team's not winning anything. You're not expected. Well, I feel like, though, if you're on one of these fringe playoff teams and you're a hot prospect, like, say, for example, like the other side of the Jack Caglione card is you're going to bring him up and he's going to have to hit right away or the sky falls. Because that is a team, you look at where Kansas City's at, they're a wild card team right now at 29 and 26. But if you call him up, I know we want him up and we bet him for Rookie of the Year, but you have to play every side of this. If they call him up and the team doesn't get better, then what do people say? What do the fans say? What are the writers writing? What are the reporters reporting? I would much rather be a prospect coming up with no pressure. But if you call up somebody on a team like the Giants or the Padres or the Guardians or Royals, there's that pressure because we use the P word, playoffs. They're not thinking playoffs in Denver. They're not even thinking playoffs next year. They're thinking, let's just get this thing over with. So yeah, you want to call up a prospect, it's to an empty stadium in the middle of Denver where nobody's going and nobody cares.
Yep. See, your bread is buttered, as you would say. But I'm just wondering if a lot of our listeners, viewers that have not jumped in on CAGs are thinking now's the time, or is it too little? Too little of time. There's so much season left. Like, we just got to the mile marker, right? We just got to the first one. That's how I view the Major League Baseball season. Memorial Day. Okay, now we could step back and figure out what the hell we got. I think that's a decent sample size. It's not April anymore where it's like, okay, it's a month. It can be a bit fluky. No, it's like we're past the 50-game marker, past Memorial Day. All right, now let's look at where everybody's at. And if he gets called up soon, he's still going to have like 100 games to go out and prove what he can do. So I think that is enough. And we have enough examples of guys that were called up in June. And you're not chasing someone that is like a once-in-a-decade player or anything like that for the award. So I know you're good there, but there are a lot of people that haven't bet CAGs. I would think it happens sometime in the next week. And if he takes off, there is still time for him to win that award. And there's a lot of 40s.
I was hearing the target date. Again, this is a total rumor, but the target date is June 2nd. Supposedly that means something to the Royals with the structure of the contract and all that, all that stuff,
Sure.
Because they're clearly waiting for something. And the Royals are cheap, as they always have been. So it makes sense. Like they want to preserve their contractual hold on this young player. But I guess my advice would be right now, I would bet the 40. I would not bet anything lower. 40's it. 40's the last train to take. I'm not betting 25, 20, or 15. But I'm hoping that the rumors are true and they call him up by next Monday. At which point the 40 is definitely gone. Definitely gone.
The guy that you're chasing right now for this award has played 51 games. It's the Athletic shortstop Jacob Wilson. 51 games, and he's having a hell of a season so far. He's hitting 350, 393 on base. He's a 2-win player. You're going to need him to slow down too. Not only do you need Cags to go off, make a lot of headlines, hit home runs, because that's not what Wilson is doing. He's an average guy, obviously hitting 350 on the year. And does Cags already have 6 in like a week in AAA or something? It's close to that.
He hit 5 home runs in 4 days.
He hit 5 in 4 days. We're not comparing the majors to AAA, but Cags hit 5 in 4 days, and Wilson has 6 in 51 games in the majors. So Cags would have to do it with the home run ball, and he could do it. There'd be enough time, but you can't have Wilson hit 350 though, because that'll probably do it for a guy that does it all year. I mean, if he's in that range, he won't be beating them.
I did see a prop too. One of the books had this up, since we're talking about high batting averages. There was a prop floating around. One of our listeners tweeted it at us at J_NS93. One book was offering Aaron Judge to hit 400. And it was a yes price only. No, only the yes. 75-1. And I thought, well, I mean, 75-1 is 75-1. Judge right now, I don't feel like this is even being talked about enough, the season that he's having, and maybe I'm responsible for some of that.
I agree.
He's hitting 398. He's slugging 750, and the OPS is 1.2. 18 home runs, 47 RBIs, 80 hits already. He is worth 4.3 wins through 53 games. This is one of the best seasons so far of all time.
First in average, first in OPS, second in homers, fourth in RBI. And I'm sure Jake thinks he sucks. I understand Jake's stance. He's waiting for the wheels to fall off. He's going to get injured at some point. Well, we didn't see it last year. We saw it in 23. Didn't see it in 22. That's always the question with him. But God, is he remarkable. I agree with that. But I think part of that about this average not being discussed, him hitting nearly 400, is just because where we are. Like, that used to be the most important stat in baseball. It's important, but it's not talked about like it once was. People are rushing to other stats, or they look at 20 different stats as opposed to batting average first.
Mm-hmm. It's an unbelievably strong statistical start to his season, and that is the MVP if he's healthy. It's crazy.
His on base is almost 500 at this point. What the hell?
Is that good? Imagine if you had a team full of Aaron Judges on your son's team. You guys would never lose. The only other bet I circled today, I definitely have plenty of bets today. We'll talk about them during Lightning. But I circled, obviously, Chicago on the Cubs side in parlays. I will bet Atlanta with you. And I circled 962 Texas. I can lay $1.40 right now with Eovaldi against Toronto.
Yeah, I was interested in that one because obviously, based on what they've done this year, there's a clear mismatch between Eovaldi and Francis. So that's why it had my attention, and the $1.40 price. It's worth mentioning that he does have bad history against the Blue Jays, but how many is it? these specific players? That's always the question that is going to be raised, and that probably is suppressing the price a little bit. His history against Toronto, but he's one of the best pitchers going today. He's already got a couple of wins. He's already a 2-win player, and we're not even in June, having a spectacular season. So his best year, his best stuff this season. I understand that bet totally.
Toronto opened plus 140, and that got hit. So this number has actually moved almost 30 cents. Wise guys aren't going to bet it, though, at this price. So this would be a good buyback time on Texas.
That's Sam. I'm Joe. You've got Bet Sweats here, and we're going to come back with our lightning bets, our favorite wagers for tonight. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you, Bet Sweats. We've got lightning bets coming up in just a few minutes. But yeah, Sam, we were talking about it. It's a damn shame. We both had things going on. You were traveling. I was busy with other stuff. Memorial Day weekend it was mostly my wife doing it. Like, we're starting to get the pool ready. That's a big mess. Big cleanup job. Never got to grill. Never got any grilling done over the weekend. Damn shame. Maybe I'll make up for it later today.
I didn't either, but that was by design. So Saturday we went to this thing called Boston Calling. It's essentially a Lollapalooza type event where they just mosh all these different bands together. Black Crowes, Fall Out Boy, actually very good show live. Not a big Fall Out Boy guy. Cage the Elephant was there. Avril Lavigne put on a show. I mean, I would have never seen these people individually, but they were all there, and I was actually impressed with the show. So we did that Saturday, and then I went down Sunday night. Usually I would be grilling either Sunday or Monday, but I went down. It was a one-night trip. So you get on a bus from Boston to get on a ferry, my bougie ass. And then the ferry gets you there at like 7 o'clock. I stayed the night, and we were going to grill the next day, but the last bus back was at 4:30. So they were grilling Monday night, and I missed the grilling, which I actually didn't even think about it. But I didn't eat a single burger or dog or have steak on Memorial Day, and I feel like I did it wrong.
I got a brat. There were some brats where I was, but that's about it. Yeah, I do feel like I missed out. Probably going to do it a day later because my wife got like a lot of the potato salads and all that stuff. I'm completely distracted. Okay, let's just talk about this. You alerted this to my attention, and I'm watching the video now on my phone. It's, of course, the infamous George Raleigh Panagakis. You know him as GRP and his grilling experience. I love this for so many reasons. So we'll get to the main picture in a second. But first, the video of him grilling on his Weber charcoal grill, where he's constantly spraying something on the charcoals. And in the background, you see the one flat, the house. Like, Chicago neighborhoods. He is definitely northwest side of the city. Like, I grew up seeing these houses, riding my bike past these houses, which cracks me up. Maybe I've been past George's house. I don't know. People have their own process when it comes to grilling steaks. And so does George. I think most people season it the exact same way every single time. I think it's for most, maybe some oil, salt, and pepper. Like, if you keep it super simple. That's what maybe garlic powder or whatever if you want. But most people will go with salt and pepper. George does not. What is it? Just I can't even talk with this dude. Sam, what does George do with his nice ribeyes he's got here?
He covers them in oregano. There's a photo if you're watching live on YouTube, on Twitch. The funniest part of the whole ordeal is he started a poll question. And the poll reads, when you cook a steak outside on the grill, do you put oregano on like I do? 90% of the answers said no. So there it is. If you're watching in all its glory, two beautiful steaks covered in oregano. I don't see salt, Joe. I don't see pepper.
No salt?
I mean, look at the picture. I don't see salt. I see oregano. That's it.
Oregano? That can't be good. Like, part of me wants to try this, but I also don't want to waste the steak.
That looks like a really big piece of meat. That looks like a 22-ounce ribeye.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't it?
Yes.
He's covering it in oregano. And that's not a dash of oregano. That is the bottle gets upside down and you tap the bottom of it as you try and spray it all over. He doused that steak in oregano.
So it looks like he had potato salad, some kind of, cucumbers. There's chunks of tomatoes in there. Maybe some kind of Italian dressing or something in there. But I think he ate both ribeyes.
No, Mom had a ribeye.
Dude, they're on one plate. Are you sure?
I'm not. No, I'm not sure at all.
So I love that. See, George is so funny. He goes through these phases, and like literally last week he did this post how he's going on a diet. Then what was he eating?
Oh, cinnamon apple pancakes, probably. I don't know.
It was sugar cereal. It was just like a massive bowl of cereal. Like, this is gonna be his diet, and then now he's got 2 ribeyes.
Yeah, So I'm looking. I'm just scrolling down the timeline now. He got the steaks from Mariano's, and they are bone-in ribeyes. So I think he did that part right. But I'm salt, pepper, all around on the sides. I have never thought to myself, I need to add oregano to my steak.
No. Keep it simple. Like maybe a little garlic powder if you want, whatever. But but you're the grill guy. It's kind of disappointing you didn't do anything. You got any big? You smoke meats?
Thank you for that. Yeah, I love it. I love smoking meat. Nobody loves meat more than me. It's funny you bring that up because yesterday I said, look, we need to do a cookout. We usually do one every summer. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 3. So we locked down a date. Bet Sweats, you're all invited. I doubt you're all going to come out to Boston on June 29th, but there will be a cookout that day, and there will be probably 40 pounds of meat that I will smoke.
Where?
What do you mean where? At my house. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, I don't know. I don't know if there was an event because you've been talking about the one at Soldier Field that you're talking for week 1 for Monday Night Football.
Well, that's not my thing. That's my buddy's tailgate. He does every home game. We do have an RSVP for that, by the way. We have our first RSVP to Bears Vikings. It is one Mario Heron will be at the tailgate.
Of course. You guys are going to wrestle again?
I'll beat his ass at the tailgate. Yeah, if he shows up.
We need numbers.
He said he needs you. He said he's not going to the tailgate if you don't go.
When is that? So the first Monday Night Football, week 1 Monday Night Football?
September 8th.
Okay. I don't see why not. I don't want to go to the game, though.
I'm not going to the game.
We agree.
They're going to start tailgating at 4 o'clock. The game is at, 7:30. So we have 3.5 hours to get in, get out. And the best part is the tailgate isn't at the field. It's on the other side of Lakeshore Drive. So it's an easy exit.
I just checked the calendar. Wife is in Scotland. Is it kid friendly?
The tailgate is kid friendly. Yeah, there's all kinds of.
Is it?
Yeah, there's all kinds of kids. I mean, not all kinds, but I mean, there's plenty of kids there.
All kinds.
It's not like an Angelina Jolie, Brad Pitt household, but there are kids at the tailgate. Yes.
This segment is taking a turn. All right, let's get things back on track. Lightning bets. What are you doing for show of the week?
I am not putting oregano on my steak that I probably cooked tonight because I need steak
I'm not
now.
doing that.
Me too. I need some cow today. I need it. I like Dallas. I'm going to go down with the ship, I guess. Give me plus 135 on the Dallas Stars. Going against McDavid. Don't love it, but it is what it is. So give me the Stars to win. And I like this Stars, Braves, Cubs parlay at almost 5-1.
Okay. Looks good. I'm taking the Pacers at home. They're going to take a commanding 3-1 series lead. There will be emergency podcasts across this fine nation of ours. Give me the Pacers taking the big lead as they send the series back to New York. So Pacers -2. I like that number. We're taking the Braves. You can find even money out there. Maybe it should scare me off a little bit that the market is moving in the opposite direction for the Phillies, but I'm going to take the Braves and Strider, his strong history. We think things are going to come together for the Braves moving forward. So we like Atlanta there. And you know what? I'm going to go against the room here. There are books that are dropping the Bridges rebound prop to 3.5. I'm not going to pay the juice on the over, but I'll take the plus money on the over 4.5. Give me Bridges rebounds over 4.5 at plus 125. So those are my lightning bets. Let's go to Paul and Jake. What's going on, Paul?
I love a good rebound fade of the room. Fade of the room. So I'll go to the Cubs game. Ian Happ has pretty good history against Marquez. Over 1.5 total bases at plus 120. I'll play that.
Happ. Total bases. All right, Jake, what you got MLB?
I'll ride with my guy, Sammy P, on the Stars as well. Just going to throw that in really fast. I'll also be on the Braves in this one. You get Ranger Suarez going against Strider. Fine. I'll be on the Braves. I'm also going to take the Rays as home dogs against the Twins. Rays on a 6-game win streak. Sneaky. So I'll back them at plus money. And we're starting to get region prices for the College World Series.
Okay.
The games aren't for 2 weeks, so I haven't fired anything in yet, but there are some favorites that I definitely am going to want to fade.
What's that say over your left shoulder?
That would be Kirkland. Costco brand.
Oh.
No. There's a rest in peace.
Wait, whey protein?
No.
I thought you quit that stuff. Didn't you quit that stuff?
Pre-workout.
Was
I
that
quit the
pre-workout?
pre-workout. Yeah, because the crash after was just not great. Also made my heart feel sticky. Kurt, this is way too... Nobody needs to be that close to my face, ever. Ever.
He's giving the people what they want. They want to know what that sign says.
Closure.
All right,
Had a good run,
B&B. Not Boers and Bernstein. Good run. No pre-workout straight to the dome anymore.
No,
Sam, that's what he used to do.
Made my heart feel
Pre-workout,
sticky.
dry powder, and he would just down it.
Oh.
Just awful. All right. Best of luck with all your wagers tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.